How's it going, everyone, and welcome to another episode of No Excuses on VGProductions.com and YouTube.com with your favorite show hosts, Arstil,
Fenarian,
and Volacel, and we're here to bring you the latest news and commentary on the video games industry for the week that was, such as it was. But first of all, if you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com, or you can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvtw, or you can join us in our Discord server, which you can easily get to by clicking the link, which should be in the show description underneath the YouTube archive of this podcast.
yes, indeed.
Does anybody actually use the Twitter and post with it?
Not if I can help it.
I reply to stuff. I don't very often post things.
Yeah.
But mainly I use it to converse with various people that I follow.
Yeah. Twitter is
Wales-
borderline cancer, so I avoid it whenever possible.
Yeah, it's a portal into wherever it is that the great old ones from Lovecraft come from. It's just it's a window into a world of writhing tentacles that hate.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
The last post I see by us is whales are not real. They're robots funded by the government to watch us. And Sarah is replying, then why do you play gotcha?
Do you know the origin of that comment?
No, I don't know where this one comes from. I can guess a ballpark of what it might be like, but I've never seen the original.
The whales, the thing about whales being working for the government or whatever, that's it was an example given by, who was it? It was either Twitter or Facebook, or one of those companies decided that they were going to launch a system to control fake news and conspiracy theories. And so the example that they gave, I think it was Twitter, the example that they gave was the thing about whales. And so people just started spamming it all over Twitter.
Because it's so ridiculous.
And taking it seriously. To show them basically that it was a ridiculous idea to try and control what people said like that, because they would have had to. There's so many people got on board with it that they would have had to censor most of Twitter because they were all talking about the whales.
The whales are out to get us. Immediately, if you take away the conspiracy theories off social networks or social media, you have no social media.
Yeah, I mean, conspiracy theories are half the fun.
Exactly.
Like the bulk of conspiracy theories that bounce around aren't believed by anybody, but people think that they're fun to look at.
They're certainly fun to mock.
Well, it's not even necessarily mocking, because there aren't really very many sort of mock-worthy conspiracy theories. It's like things like Time Cube, for instance, are
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever visited the Time Cube website.
I have
But,
not.
It's a sight to behold, I tell you what.
This sounds familiar.
It's an incredibly complicated and incredibly persuasive, utterly asinine theory held by this one guy, and he's presented it on a web page. And when I say he's presented it on a web page, I mean that literally. He's presented it on a single web page, and his entire screed just continues going down the web page.
All right, let me look at this thing.
At absurd length. I don't know if it's still around. I haven't looked it up in a long time. It's sort of one of those extremely old pieces of internet lore. And this guy, he gets invited to talk places and whatnot because people are just so fascinated at how elaborate and kudzu-like his theory is basically on the way the world works.
The site is gone, but there are archives, and there's a Down the Rabbit Hole video on YouTube about it.
It's
So-
incredibly elaborate, and the thing is that even though you know it's complete bull, and the guy, as far as I can tell, was not a troll. I didn't ever follow up on it to find out if he ever revealed that he was trolling, because if he was, that was a pretty incredible troll. But because he was very convincing. But the thing about the Time Cube conspiracy theory is even though you know it's bull, it's very, very persuasive. It's very convincing. Everything that you're being convinced of is utterly asinine. But the sort of the sincerity and rigor with which the utterly asinine things are presented makes you feel the gravity of being dragged into it. Even though you don't believe it, because it's patently absurd, but you can feel yourself wanting to believe it, not because you think it would be good if it were true, but because of the zeal with which it's presented. And I felt like it was an interesting formative experience that I had, more than a decade ago reading that. I think it was more than a decade ago. And just experiencing what it feels like to be persuaded of something that I know is false.
I'm just looking at some of this stuff, and it looks like utter madness.
It is utter madness. But if you read enough of it, you just let it wash over you for long enough, you start to not believe it, but be convinced that it's not insane, even though it is insane.
It is
And
completely nuts.
I think this it was one of the things that I felt inoculated me against believing things that the media say, because it was a demonstration that somebody can say something to me that's not true and I can believe it even if I don't want to believe it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very interesting experience, sort of like in a meta sense. As an actual theory of the operation of the world, it is ridiculous, and you can see, if you take enough steps back, you can see all of the problems with it very, very easily. It's like, trivially easy to see the problems with it.
Like the
But-
guy's pants on head insane.
Yeah, but if you don't take a few steps back and instead just let it surround you and wash over you, it becomes persuasive the more time you spend there. And then you put that in context of the way we receive media in the modern world, where we're constantly surrounded by it, barraged by it on all sides, and just it washes over us all the time. And you can see that even if it's full of things that are not true, you can't filter everything. And so if you just let media pump directly into your brain all the time, eventually you'll be persuaded of things that are not true.
Sooner or later, something will squeeze through the cracks.
Yeah, it was very, very interesting. But so there are conspiracy theories like that, but and the popular equivalent that I've seen going around lately is that there's no such thing as birds.
You what?
And there was a government project, like a massive government project. I don't know whether the theory states that it was limited to the United States or whether it was worldwide. There's a government project where they systematically, over the course of a few years, killed every single bird and replaced them with extremely convincing mechanical facsimiles
You what?
in order to spy on the population or something. I don't know. This is the popular equivalent, but the thing is, it's one of those conspiracy theories which isn't meant to be believed, but it is meant to show you the sort of lengths to which people can go to explain away the obvious in favor of a conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That sounds pretty credible to me.
Conspiracies are a lot more appealing than, the humdrum truth.
Yeah, well, number one, they give you the feeling like you're getting special knowledge. Number two, they allow you the comforting delusion that people are cleverer and better at keeping secrets than they really are. And yeah, there's a lot of reasons to want to believe conspiracy theories, but most of the time, conspiracy theories are just for fun.
Yeah.
Reclassifying things that are unproven as conspiracy theories is not productive, and that's basically the tack that is being taken by social media with their whales are the tools of the government type of example. Like, that was supposed to be a ridiculous claim, but the fact is that they are not targeting ridiculous claims with the censorship. They are targeting narratives that they don't agree with in order to maintain a sort of super narrative that is consonant with their political goals, because Silicon Valley is a political monoculture. They see the world in a particular way, and one of the tenets of their beliefs is that you aren't allowed to see it in any other way. So yeah, that's why the whales comment was there. That was just me joining in on a trend where everybody was just spreading around the internet the story about these whales being tools of the government or whatever.
Yeah.
Just because Twitter told them not to.
Yeah.
You know, I could totally believe that whales are tools of the government in 2021.
Why, though?
Nothing is impossible anymore. The government has gone two pants on head retarded.
Yeah, but you're applying a degree of competence to the government.
No. See, I think this is something the Biden administration might waste money on.
Waste on potentially setting it up, yeah, but they'd screw it up.
It doesn't mean that most of the whales won't still be tools of the government, and the failed ones will be failed tools of the government, but they're still all tools of the government.
Oh, good lord. Anywho, that was a tangent and a half. On the stream today, we are playing a bit of Terraria, which has been a good chunk of my week and Ari's week.
You want to just do Terraria up front?
Yeah, let's just do Terraria up front.
All right.
So after discussions last week, Ari decided he was going to brush off Terraria and have a look-see at it now that it's finished, it's complete.
Yeah, so let me preface the first 2 days with Fern comes in, saves the day, beats the game for us, and I don't have a clue what he did.
We were doing it on easy mode, so yeah.
Yeah, so I set it to the first of the real difficulty settings that has like journey. It has like baby mode with a little rabbit icon. It has whatever normal mode's called, and then it has master and hardcore. So I picked whatever the easiest normal mode was because I didn't have a clue what I was doing. I didn't even know what an anvil did. And Fern's bringing all this stuff to the base and crafted all this stuff, and I'm like, that's great, Fern, but how did you do that?
It's an anvil. You use it to hit things.
Now, Ari, just think carefully about that feeling. This is everybody trying to play against you in fighting games who aren't fighting games people.
I know.
Yeah.
But
and this is why people don't play fighting games with you.
I know. I don't ask them to really come out and play anymore.
The idea was, anyway, to kind of get you and Abo caught up on just the basics idea of the game, because when you're playing on classic mode, you actually lose a lot of content.
Yeah. So we got up to the second boss, and it wasn't a total wash. We did figure out how the buttons worked.
Yeah.
We did figure out what to equip and how gear kind of works. So we had that. But after that, when me and Abel were left on our own for a little bit, we didn't have a clue what we were doing.
And so you just decorated toilets and stuff?
Yeah,
yes.
Yes. So instead, what we did after that was we retired MAGA Country and started Yo Video Games. And just kind of took it from there. And restarted the world. And Fern came in. He's like, "Oh, y'all restarted?" I'm like, "Yeah, we restarted." And I, like, Fern, I love you, Fern, but don't build any structures in the house.
Yeah, I know. I was going to tell you to restart the world at some point anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah, because we just didn't have a clue. So we goofed around for the first 2 days and just didn't do very much other than figure out the game. And then we started a proper world that we're actually progressing.
Yeah. Which is on expert mode.
Yeah, it's one step down from the hardest difficulty.
Yeah,
because
master mode is kind of bollocks.
Yeah, so there was a part in this where Fern is explaining all this buffs that we'll need to make to make stuff work, and we need to be sure we get our food buffs, and we need to be prepared, and it needs to be good, and we need to get all these buffs on the arenas. And we gotta go get the potions and stack it. None of that was necessary on other difficulty. No, not a lick of it.
Nah.
So I bumped us up 2 difficulty spikes to the one right below the top difficulty. And stuff hits really hard at this difficulty.
Yes. So all that prep work I had you do, now you need it.
Yeah, so we got a preview of it.
Yeah, that's actually what's playing on at the moment. That's not live, because what I'm doing on live is only paying half attention and dying repeatedly. But yeah, we actually go and we fight the Wall of Flesh, which is the kind of the. All right, just to clear up a bit of confusion with Terraria, you have classic mode, expert mode, and master mode, which are your world difficulties. But within the world, you have easy mode and hard mode, which are actually world states. And you beat the World of Flesh to change from easy mode to hard mode, where the world basically reforms itself to a degree, and suddenly you've got a familiar but also completely different world to play in.
Yeah, all the progress you made digging around is still there. The world structure is still the same, but there's now new monsters everywhere.
And everything is a lot more killy.
Yeah, everything hits way harder.
Mm-hmm. So during, it's probably, I think it's about an hour and a half in or so that you'll actually see our run at the Wall of Flesh. We were over-prepared, admittedly, for the Wall of Flesh.
Oh, I don't know if we were over-prepared as over-beanated.
Over-beanated, yeah. You can cheese Wall of Flesh pretty hard with the beanades.
So
cover this giant, fleshy, meaty wall in bees, and it dies.
Yeah, so the boss right before Wall of Flesh is an optional boss called the Queen Bee.
Yep.
And if you kill her, she always drops a set number of bee-nades, which are grenades that summon bees.
That's
you can
certainly a thing.
Yeah, it's a grenade full of bees.
So what we did was we farmed her to get mounts, so we had some kind of flight pre-hard mode. And we got the bee mounts, which are cute little bees that have like
goggles,
aviator goggles on them.
They're great.
They pull them down when they're flying, and they let you fly a little bit. So yeah, that was what we did. But this also came with the added effect of giving us a ton of bee-nades.
Yeah, like hundreds of them.
So I just took all the bee-nades and just absolutely murdered the Wall of Flesh with bee-nades.
Yeah. The thing is, even if you're over-geared for the Wall of Flesh when you fight him, you will be under-geared going to hard mode.
Yeah, when you start hard mode, it's really rough.
Yeah, that transition is always tough.
In fact, it's still rough.
Yeah. We're still gearing up.
Yeah, so the gearing process between start of hard mode and actually able to do a boss in hard mode is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Abo's working on Titanium. He skipped Mithril. I'm on Mithril and still have a pair of Cobalt pants.
Yep. And because I decided I was going to run this character as a summoner archetype, I'm completely off on my own tangent. For some reason, I don't know why they did that. It's like...
Yeah, there's no summoner turban or something.
No.
You gotta kill mummies.
You gotta kill mummies. But that only spawn during a sandstorm, which is a random event. So, yeah.
No, hold on. Am I to believe that Fern has once again chosen the obnoxious build?
This is more the making it difficult for myself build, so yes.
I mean, when he gets his stuff, he can basically AFK the game.
Yeah, but you get fully decked out.
So you go from playing RuneScape to playing MapleStory.
Yeah. How did you make it sound so filthy?
Because it's MapleStory. So,
incidentally, MapleStory 2 did not last long. I'm pretty sure the game's shuttered.
Yeah.
Because you can't AFK MapleStory 2. Well, not all of it.
Yeah. The whole point of that game was it was an AFK phone game before phones were a thing.
Yeah. Well, admittedly, AFK games.
Yeah. And everybody bought that game.
Yeah.
Everybody bought it. MapleStory.
If you wanted to get anywhere, you had to grind for hours upon hours.
Yeah, you were botting so hard in that game. I never played it very long.
No, you played it for maybe a day and got bored.
Yeah. But so our first characters. My first character was a ranger because Fern said gun, and I
Yeah.
thought Murica, and so I went and got some guns.
The very sophisticated thought process you've got there.
Yeah.
And then I realized to get better guns, the mid tier of guns is wizard because wizards use guns.
Briefly, yeah. Particularly, they use laser guns.
So in the current playthrough, I am magic build with laser guns.
Pew pew. Yeah, so my first build was actually going as melee and playing around with the flail physics, which I haven't actually done yet. So yeah, this time I'm just going summoner because there is a little bit of laggy jank.
I can't see it obviously because I'm the host.
Yeah, it's not much. It just means that every now and again an enemy might just decide he's going to jump a little to the left out of absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, not so bad when it's the small dudes. Bad when it's the Eater of Worlds.
Yeah, when it's a boss that starts jiggling about, then you got a problem.
So
It's all jiggly.
So yeah, we've been having fun with that. We killed all the bosses pre-yarn mode. Unless you count the Flying Dutchmans as a boss, I guess they have a boss health bar. But we didn't beat them anywhere close to what I would call legitimately.
Oh yeah, you cheat. What I'm actually very impressed by is you seem to have accomplished something that is not impossible, but highly improbable, where you've gotten the pirate event and the Blood Moon at the same time, and then you followed that up.
Oh yeah, we got the pirate invasion, and then Skeletron Prime showed up, or he tried to show up, but we were dead.
Oh, okay, just goes, here I am. Oh, I'll just go home then.
Yeah, if it's a party wipe, the boss despawns.
Yeah, usually.
So yeah, that happened, but we had to cheat with the pirate boss because the big f off flying ship.
Mm-hmm. You got to blow up the cannons, and then you can hit the body proper.
Well, no, you just blow up the cannons and it dies.
Well, yeah.
Like it dies if you blow up all 4 cannons. It's
been a while since I fought him.
So our house happened to be built in such a way that it was at the perfect convenient height for that thing to run square into the side of it and not be able to hit me if I stood on the roof.
Mm-hmm.
And none of the ads that spawned could reach me. Because what Abo did was he got excited when he figured out that we could make slime blocks when we beat King Slime. He got the Sliminator. And he made the giant apartment complex over our house with made of slime towers.
It's a big blue thing.
Yeah. And so the big Flying Dutchman comes, and I'm like, well, I guess I'll go up there and try and hit it, and it gets stuck. And then it happened again. And then it happened again. And then it happened again. And for 4 or 5 Flying Dutchmans in a row, it just kept getting stuck up there. And so I could just sit up there and drop rain clouds on its head.
Just cheese your way through the whole thing.
I have a little staff that summons a rain cloud that does a crap ton of rain damage.
Yeah.
Rain damage is a type.
No, well, yeah, no. It's just drops rain on them.
It does magic damage, but it literally is just a cloud that rains.
Yeah.
So no lightning. Yeah, it must be acid rain. This must be what they were warning us about in the early 90s.
I remember that. I remember how it was an absolute load for the most part as well.
Yeah, much like global cooling and global heatening. I can't say the proper word or we'll get detected.
We'll get demonetized. Wait. Someone with a different idea than the media standard? Never. Can't have that.
So yeah, I have had more fun with it than I thought I would. I didn't think I would like it this much, but it is barrier to entry is bring a fern. Because I don't have a clue what's going on.
This is like you're bringing Abo to PSO2, so you don't have to work everything out yourself.
Basically, yeah.
I mean, if a game requires a wiki dive, the answer is bring a friend, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Games like Terraria, there's absolutely no shame in looking at the wiki.
It's more like it requires it.
Grief, that thing just dropped 15 gold. Yoink. So, yeah, you can skip a lot of messing around by just bringing a friend who knows what they're doing.
So yeah, bring a fern.
So yeah, we're just gonna let that play. Thankfully, I think this recording actually cuts out before we start really embarrassing ourselves in hard mode.
I mean, it ain't hard to embarrass yourself in hard mode. Everything one-shots you.
Yeah, even if you're wearing the best pre-hard mode gear, you're going to get smooshed.
Also,
Maybe I'll install it one day. Maybe.
Maybe.
As far as the public is concerned, that's what Fern's character looks like. Post it in live show chat.
Do I dare look? Oh, why? You had to use that picture.
Of course I did. It's the only one I had handy.
Yeah, when they did the big update to version 4, they added a whole bunch of cosmetic stuff. There's a couple of things in there which are like for streamers, and there's a couple of items in there which are specific for the developers, which you can now get through random chance. That, however, is the mermaid costume, which you get
from dailies.
From fishing dailies, and it looks ridiculous no matter who you put it on.
Yes. So Fern
Can't tell if you're saying this is a plus or a minus.
I mean, you can check the picture and see how Fern looks.
Yeah.
Also, the map I posted of our current world is how things have gone so far in our exploration. You will notice that despite... I had a fairly consistent schedule this week. It would be get up at 7 o'clock in the morning, take a shower, go to work, or go to the post office, go to work, come home, take a nap for like an hour, get up at 7 o'clock, play Terraria, summon Fern. Play more Terraria. 2 o'clock, back to bed, repeat.
Yeah.
This was my week.
You at least picked the right week to do it. And my schedule was a bit less awful. Well, actually, no, that's not quite true. It was still awful.
It was awful in a different way.
Yeah, it's more different awful.
So, we played every day this week.
Yep.
Except for yesterday.
Yes, yeah, yesterday everything just kind of went to hell, so...
So yeah, I could not get... The Fern Summoning Ritual has a success rate of 6 out of 7 so far. Actually, 7 out of 8, because you got to count today.
Yeah. It'll get worse later this week, or this coming week.
So yeah, the Fern Summoning Ritual is open up a build type game like Minecraft or Terraria, and type Blarg at Fern in Discord. And it may summon a Fern.
It might work.
It seems to have a fairly high success rate.
Depends on what you're playing.
That's why you need a build type game.
Yes.
You need a Fern game.
So, yeah, well, I suppose we'll continue on my week. Beyond that, the Drunk Cowboys are back.
Well, you don't ever seem to describe them as not being around, so I'm not really sure how that's back.
Well, they go away for a few weeks around Christmas. Usually. With whatever hole they crawl out of, they get sent back to briefly.
I like how you've completely stopped viewing them as normal people.
They are
and
normal
just view
people.
them as creatures of the abyss that come from some hole in the ground.
Well, they certainly don't behave like normal people. Yeah,
Even by an Australian definition of normal.
Yes. It's actually starting to get to the point where even the police are fed up with them.
I mean, what can they do?
That's the big thing, is nobody knows what we can do.
Aren't they like your biggest source of revenue?
For the bars, maybe.
For the bars, but they also cause a lot of damage.
And they won't be around to pay the fines or anything.
Absolutely no consequences. Because
and I doubt your local precinct has enough cells to put them all in the cooler.
They've only got like 3. And they're those new modern ones, at least, with the weird rubbery concrete But yeah, I'm not sure what's going to happen because a lot of them come in from local capital properties. They're hired. They spend large amounts of time out in the bush with no contact, and then they come into town and suddenly they've got like people and alcohol and no consequences. So yeah, only one of the local cattle property companies, which happens to be the biggest in the world, takes any sort of responsibility for it and will fire people for misbehaving in town. These are the people who own like a third of Australia, by the way.
I mean, the way these things usually go, though, is that it will carry on and carry on until one of their drunken brawls gets out of hand and somebody ends up dead because they, hit their head on the curb after being punched or something. And it turns into a big manslaughter case. And then from then on, the cops have a pretext to basically collar anybody who's seen out on the street after dark.
A few of them are already at shoot-on-sight status, admittedly. Metaphorically, mostly.
You don't sound real confident in that assessment, Fern.
Yeah. Supposedly a whole bunch of them got blacklisted out of town last time, but yeah, that doesn't seem to have stuck. Or at least, if they have, then there's some more who've replaced them. I don't know, they all look the same too.
You're going to whittle them down by putting more bridges under repair periodically.
So yeah, that's an omnipresent thing which exists. Beyond that, yeah, the rest of my week has basically been Terraria.
Yep.
Kept clicking away at the anime. I'm not sure if Cells at Work has actually finished its season 2 run at the moment. Like, if they stop the run now at episode 8, it seems like it's a reasonable place to stop it.
That would probably mean that there's been some kind of production issue, because 8 is not a normal length at all.
Yeah,
and they would need to find something to fill that space on the whichever network is airing it.
Mm-hmm. Or maybe they're just saying, okay, this is the main arc over. Let's have a few episodes of fluff. Because, the last few episodes have all been about cancer turning up again. And I admit, I really like what they've done with cancer in that show. Like, the rest of the show, even the hostile bacteria are still kind of cute and cuddly and cartoony. And then cancer shows up, and he's just fundamentally wrong.
I like how Fern opened that sentence with, I like what they've done with cancer.
But the thing is that they managed to make cancer compelling as a villain as well.
Yeah.
Which is sort of surprising. Like, it's not just this nefarious thing. It's basically, like, from cancer's point of view, there's no reason why the health of the body should be prioritized over the health of the cell.
Yeah. Which...
So it's basically like communist propaganda, except that in the context of a body, which actually is a single organism, it makes sense.
Yeah, Hitler was cancer. Wow. And that's my cursed comment of the day. So, yeah, it's very good. On the other side of the coin, Cells at Work Black. Oh boy.
Is it still depressing?
Very much so. It's like, okay, here we have this character who is in this crappy world, but he's trying to make the most of it. Let's break him. So the last 2 episodes in particular have just gone out of their way to break the main character down.
Well, they certainly foreshadowed it.
Oh,
with that senior of his at the beginning.
Yeah. Like, he pretty much breaks completely at one point. I'm not going to spoil what happens towards the end of this little bit, but he essentially emulates what that senior did at the start of his career to the next group of rookies, where he just snaps and loses it in front of them. So, yeah, we've got 2 episodes left in that run, and I'm just wondering not so much what's going to happen, because it's pretty obvious at this point that the body is going to die. It's just, how is it going to happen?
You think they'll go that grim? You think they'll actually kill him off?
I think
So,
they'll kill
I
him
mean,
off.
I'm not saying that it's not possible. I'm not even saying that it's not likely, because I'm just wondering, like, what I'm actually wondering is if there is a desire to take a pot shot at the black companies that are basically destroying people in Japan,
Yeah, maybe.
and actually just play it out to a lethal consequence
Mm.
to send a message.
This dog is making stupid noises. Hello, dog. Yeah, I think they might go that way. Again, especially after the end of episode 10, they might go there. So, it's a very interesting thing, like just having this kind of two-sided coin, one being light, bubbly, and happy, and the other being just depression. On two related but parallel series. So, yeah, if you haven't watched any of Cells at Work at the moment, like, you can be forgiven by watching the vanilla series and thinking, yeah, okay, it's edutainment and it's kind of cute, but a bit asinine. That's fine. Until cancer turns up. But then you watch Black and it's just, wow. Here's the things that are too dark to cover in the regular series. I hope you hate yourself. Right, beyond that, I still haven't up to my Crunchyroll subscription, so I've started watching Slime Time. Or actually, no, that's not quite true. I've tried to start watching Slime Time. Because I'm using Anime Lab at the moment, I need to wait for the English dub. Which is awful, by the way. Rimuru voice is nails on the chalkboard terrible.
I've never actually watched the dub.
Yeah.
There's a dub.
There's a dub. And Rimuru has the absolute worst voice. But they've released like the filler recap episode and the first episode and stopped.
That's one of the things about Anime Lab. Like, I think the impression I get is that they're hideously understaffed.
Very much so, I think, yes.
And so occasionally even a big title can just sort of stall because they've got to catch up on getting everything straightened out and uploaded. The same thing happened a while back with Black Clover.
Yes.
They were still billing it as a simulcast, and then the COVID lockdowns happened and their staffing levels dropped even further, and they just basically stopped putting up new episodes because they just didn't have the people to meet the demand of getting everything uploaded on time.
I think Isekai Quartet did the same thing, actually, because if you watch season 2 on that, like the dub stops about halfway.
Yeah, I think that they're just an understaffed company, generally speaking, and they had some major problems with their delivery as well, via the app service. And I sent several lengthy complaining messages and got on a bit of a squabble with their PR person because I always sent the messages while drunk. They weren't very pleased with me, but basically it was because I was grumpy because their service basically stopped working on Sundays.
Yep.
Like, it just didn't work. You couldn't access Anime Lab at all through the app on PlayStation. And when I went online to see other people having trouble, it was basically any app except for a PC browser just couldn't actually get to Anime Lab. And from what I worked out after tinkering with it for a while, it was just the interface part insofar as getting access to the content is concerned. Like, the actual streaming process functioned fine because you could, once in a great while, you could still get through if you were willing to wait forever. Mm-hmm. But the actual streaming was fine. It was just the actual site that the app interfaced with didn't function properly at that time, and I couldn't work out why, and evidently they couldn't work out why either. And this went on for weeks, and they lost a lot of subscriptions in the process. But eventually they got it straightened out, since it seems to be fine now. But I think that was another thing. They just didn't have the IT staff to dedicate to it because they were aware. They told me that they're aware of the problem and they've been trying all kinds of things, but they can't figure out what's going on, why it should only be at a certain time of day, and why only a particular fraction of the audience, which appear to be unrelated in terms of location and ISP and so forth, are only having that problem. So eventually they got through it. So I stopped sending them drunken messages. But yeah. They just they're not a very good service, to be frank. It's as simple as that. They're better than Crunchyroll in various ways. Most importantly, that they aren't, actively using all of their profits to try and make things more woke. But they're still not a good service, and I think it's just a matter of teething troubles, really. And I don't know on a sort of fundamental level how committed they are to ironing out all those problems. Maybe they are very committed, and maybe they are not. It's sort of hard to tell, but I get the impression they have a very small team to work with.
Yeah, it's a shame too, because I do like a lot of what they do.
Yeah, their app is better than Crunchyroll's in about 9 out of 10 circumstances.
On my tablet, it actually works. There's a first.
And their selection is pretty decent. They don't have a huge number of sort of really old archival stuff like Crunchyroll has been pushing towards.
Yeah, they've actually started pushing a bit on that direction now.
Yeah, I think that they're probably doing that in response to Crunchyroll sort of like made a really, really aggressive push towards like the nostalgia customer base.
Yeah,
like they're putting up things like Love Hina and that, from the late 90s, early 2000s. They're things that people remember as being the things they watched when they first got into anime, but you can't get them anywhere anymore.
Yeah,
they're like impossible to find unless you want to go to a really shady site and watch everything in 240p.
Oh, Honest Bob's.
Hey, my local Honest Bob's upgraded to 720p recently. 480 if you're going really old.
Yeah, Honest Bob's Discount Anime has actually been doing pretty decently in a lot of places.
Oh, I thought you were using that as a name for sketchy websites.
I am using it as a name for sketchy websites, but
well, you don't want to say them on a recording because then you become complicit in a felony.
Yeah.
So.
It's the problem with a lot of the dodgy anime sites is you don't want to use them because they're dodgy and they're usually awful and they're usually going to fill your computer up with spyware.
Yeah, you end up with 15 copies of Bonsai Buddy running or whatever.
Yeah, which is why Crunchyroll, when they went legit, actually did pretty well because people wanted an actual legitimate anime service.
Well, if you just give people the product they want without being dumb about it, they'll actually pay for the product.
They're more than willing to pay for the product.
That was the Steam argument right from the start, right? Is that it was a delivery of service issue. Piracy was a delivery issue. It wasn't a people are cheap or games are too expensive issue. It was just that people can't get what they want when they want it in a way that's convenient for them, so they choose the more convenient way.
Yeah.
That was the logic that Steam used, and it's what most of these live services are now basing their business models on.
If piracy is easier and more convenient than your service, you are doing it wrong. So I'm glad a lot of companies are starting to really take that to heart.
And the most widely used Honest Bob's got torpedoed recently, so...
Yeah, that happens every now and again.
So
yeah, well, it's inevitable, but it's gonna keep happening too because there's basically none of the legit sites are willing to go on the straight and narrow for any length of time. Like Crunchyroll has infected everything with woke and is wasting huge amounts of money on woke projects and projects that even if they're not woke are still terrible. Like that the one I think we were talking about it the other week. That's just like a really, really horribly animated CG series.
Yeah. What's it called now? Oh, jeez. It had that really generic name and I've forgotten it already.
It was in the Giga video. Makes
Axis
Yeah.
something?
Makes
Because
Berserk 2016 look good.
it does. It really did. It's that bad. Let's see. Hang on, I'll find it again real quick. Where is it? X-Arm. That was it.
Yeah, that one.
That.
That looks bad.
I'm half tempted actually just to watch it for a meme at one point.
Apparently,
No.
it's not good enough to justify that.
Yeah.
Like, it's not so bad it's good. It's just so bad it's completely atrocious.
Just how exactly see. I think it's more just. Oh, I can't words right now. See exactly for myself just how awful it really is, and even just watching little snippets of it here and there, and it looks appalling. Like, how did anyone think that that was acceptable to charge money for?
Well, the reality is it's pretty clear. Crunchyroll does not have anything in the way of commercial nous. Like this, just they're drowned in politics above all else. That's their chief concern. Just not a healthy way to run a business, I'm afraid. But they're gonna have to find that out the hard way.
Especially when those said politics are usually incompatible with the culture they're trying to promote.
Yeah,
You
it's,
know
like,
this-
it's like how they I think it was, I can't remember if it was, I think it was either them or Funimation licensed that anime about a bunch of guys that basically go around and
interspecies
review
reviewers.
review Monster Girl
that was
bottles.
Funimation, and they didn't even
And-
look at it before because had they looked at it, they
Yeah.
realized this is hentai.
The thing is, it's not that they decided that they didn't want to localize it. That would have been fine. If they decide that they don't want their imprint on what is essentially pornography, then I'm perfectly all right with that. That makes sense. The issue is they continue to sit on the license. They won't relinquish it.
Mm.
That means that they are being moral arbiters for other people. And while my personal morality aligns with the idea of not watching that content, they are not a moral authority. That's not their job. That's not what people pay them to do.
Mhm.
So, I mean, if they want to watch that content, I mean, that it's not like they are. Even if you decided to take a moralist perspective, right? Let's just indulge in that for a second. If they would take the moralist perspective, oh well, this content is evil, therefore we don't want anybody to see it. Well, the reality is that you're still promoting it because number one, you've created a huge fuss and now everybody's curious about it. Number two, the people that made it still got all the money that they were going to get out of it. And number three, you haven't changed the landscape whatsoever. They'll continue to be made, and people now resent you and want to watch it just to spite you. So
Yes.
even if you decided to take the sort of aggressive top-down moralist perspective, you're still doing your job badly. So no matter which way you slice it, they do their job badly. And that same approach of thinking that it's their position to legislate what people can and can't see and how people should or should not engage with an entertainment form, and Crunchyroll is in the exact same boat. So from where we stand on that delivery of service, we've got an utterly repugnant company for a whole range of reasons in Funimation, who are owned by Sony, a company which is throwing money after terrible projects like X-Arm and High Guardian Spice in Crunchyroll, who is owned by Sony, and we've got Madman's Anime Lab, which they're really having some issues with its functionality off and on, and they don't seem to have the staff to fix that. And I don't know if Sony owns them or not.
Yeah. I just
So
can't
so what the upshot of all of this is that, well, I mean, how are you going to hedge out on a SPOB?
Yeah.
You're still not fulfilling the end of the compact concerning delivery of service.
Yeah. I don't have a sub to any Animu subscription services currently. The little Animu I do watch has been at Honest Bob's.
Yeah, the thing is that despite my deep resentment, I still have open subscriptions to to Crunchyroll and Anime Lab simply because the volume of anime that I watch is not something that I can download because it would just take too long and I'd have to store it somewhere. And I don't have the hard drive space. Like I've got about 5 terabytes of hard drive space and it's all clogged with stuff. Mostly archival anime that you can't get anymore. And the only way that you can get that stuff now is emerging to be Crunchyroll anyway, if you want to look for the older material. So, yeah, I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place there. And because of the way the licensing works, I'm not sure how that's going to change, if at all.
Yeah,
I just don't really know how it's supposed to work.
Put a pin in woke animu for when we get to my week proper. I want to pitch a theory to you when we get there, but I want to save it till then.
Okay, in that case, we tangented heavily, so that was my week. So Vol, what did you do?
Not a lot, really. It was another brutal week at work, so I would come home and I'd collapse, basically. I had dramatically underestimated the Zero free run. I knew intellectually, having completed the event in the past, that it was not like other events. And that's why they give you the extra week longer to do it, but because I've been so tired, I haven't been making a lot of progress, and I'm going to have to hit it really hard tomorrow to try and get caught up, even though I've got a week left to do it. I'd forgotten basically how difficult it is compared to other events. Like the boss fights are all nasty. They all have some annoying sucker punch, and a lot of the time you are under some kind of crippling debuff while you do them. It's just a difficult event, and it takes a long time to do, and there's no quick method of farming anything because most of the missions are based on the number of things that you kill, and you increase that by using the event CEs. So it's a really difficult event, and I'd forgotten how difficult the fights actually were. Although thankfully the final boss you can make as easy or difficult as you want. It's basically a choose your own level of challenge type of quest, because you spend currency that's earned throughout the event to weaken the final boss, or you can refund it to strengthen it. There are only a handful of crazy people who have taken her on at 0 debuffs, because the boss is murderously difficult. Absolutely murderously difficult, and has hit points forever. It's a very, very hard fight. You basically I think you've got to pretty much kill her in a couple of turns, like less than 10 turns probably, or you are just going to die no matter how powerful your team comp is, simply because she's that powerful. But I found out the other day though that normally when they do a rerun of an event, the first time around there's a Grail as the final prize. The second time around there's a lore, crystallized lore, as the final prize. These are both incredibly rare and valuable commodities, but normally it's a less of a big deal to miss a crystallized lore than a Grail, because everybody can use a Grail, but you need a huge amount of resources to actually leverage crystallized lores. So like I've already got 40 odd of them just rotting in my inventory, because there's no way I'm ever going to have enough QP to actually use them up. but the event this time round in the rerun has a 10-stage challenge mode that is basically 10 boss stages in a row, culminating in an unbelievably difficult one at the end. And it's sufficiently difficult that everybody is posting their YouTube videos of them managing to overcome it.
Nice.
And that boss has a Grail as the reward. So I'm going to have to spend the week trying to figure out how to take down all these bosses. Thankfully, due to the existence of the double Skadi system, I haven't had too much trouble with the mini bosses in the main storyline, which were a huge roadblock for me the first time around, because I just didn't have the output to kill them quickly, and under the circumstances they can be quite troublesome. And not so much that it was so hard that I couldn't get through them last time or anything like that. It's more that it takes a long time to scheme your way through and then execute on it. And if you don't have a strong strategy available, you usually have to default to a stall strategy, which takes a lot of actual real world time. But this time round, it was basically the the littlest Sith Lord and 2 Skadis obliterates pretty much everything in 3 turns or less, as far as the mini bosses are concerned. So, man, I wish I could get a second copy of Littlest Sith Lord, because I get a lot of mileage out of her, but she doesn't have very many banners. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's a very limited time servant, isn't she? Good grief,
She-
dog.
she- she's a limited servant, doesn't appear on any of the regular banners, doesn't appear as a non-rate up on any special banners or on the story banner. She only has her own specific rate up banners a few times in the history of the game, and that's it. She's not as rare as some other oddball rare ones like Fujino. Like
Got her at MP5.
I blew a humongous amount of quarters rolling for Fujinon and got no copies, which is good because I'm not a huge. It's good that I'm not a huge fan of her because I would have been very, very frustrated if I was. But she's very rare. She's also a very powerful anchor servant. But another similar case is Miyu, who is in fact worthless as a meta servant. She's really weak, really hopeless. No point in using her. But she's also incredibly rare and has a lot of fans. So there's a few that aren't on banners very often like that. And MHXA is not that rare. Like she, for whatever reason, she seems to turn up occasionally on Valentine's banners, and a handful of other ones. But not often enough that she's ever appeared at a time where I've got spare quartz to roll on her. So unfortunately, I'm still got her at NP1. I'd like to get her up to NP2. I'm glad I've got Melt up to NP2 now, though, because I get a lot of use out of Melt as well. Although she's sort of like a restricted case berserker, sort of. But yeah, so my little free time that I spend on gaming has largely been consumed by attempting to get through Seraph again. It's a good thing it's got a good story, because it would be, if it was just a grind event, I would have already thrown in the towel by now. Anime wise, I don't think there's anything really that special to comment on. Jujutsu Kaisen has continued to be a stock shonen for the most part. It's sort of like, I feel like it's stock shonen, but with the edginess turned up maybe 25%.
Ew. Sounds yucky.
I don't think it, like, I'd say 25% because it's quite reserved, though. Like, I'm not saying, oh, well, it has 25 times as much edginess, which is what I'd be saying if it was, like, crawling in its skin.
Yeah.
But it's just like modestly slightly more edgy in an attempt to appeal to a slightly more edgy audience. Like, I don't get the feeling it's trying to appeal to an adult audience. It's trying to appeal to people who think that One Piece isn't edgy enough, but they still like shonen. You know, that particular age bracket of emergent toonies. But yeah.
So Junies.
Their wounds, they still will heal at the moment.
Yeah, for now their wounds will heal. But yeah, there's like with most of these types of stories, they usually have like a point at which the animation budget has been saving to do a particular fight in a very impressive fashion. But I feel like they haven't really had a single showstopper fight in this series after like 20 episodes. Like, they're all decent fight scenes. They're quite good, but they're not like blow your mind good the way, you know, they really kick it up a notch. Like, say in Naruto, it would have been the fight between Gaara and Rock Lee in the Chunin exam preliminaries. Like, that's where they really kicked the animation budget for fights up a notch. In Black Clover, it's where the elf dude, what's his name? The elf dude, spoilers, fights the Black Bulls captain for the first time. And basically Yami gets his first opportunity to really cut loose against an opponent.
And he doesn't even take it seriously.
No, but he doesn't seem to really take very much
He
seriously.
doesn't take anything seriously. He's a shonen protagonist who's finished.
Oh no, that's not true. That's not true. He takes his bathroom breaks extremely seriously.
This is true. They are very important bathroom breaks.
But
I do like watching Yami just do pretty much anything.
they haven't really had a similar like, oh well, this is just a showstopper. Like they sort of, I feel like they've swung and missed quite a few times. And I think that that's a fact. The fact that the issue there is that the main character's characteristic, because the main character always has a characteristic ability, right? Something that they can do that other people can't. And in this case, the problem really is the main character's main skill is to hit things really hard.
Yeah.
And like his the advantage that he has over the opponents and the thing which he brings to the table for his peers is simply the fact that he is quite resilient and quite strong. Like he's built on a level of durability that is just above the norm, and has a sort of like a fairly titanic reservoir of latent power that doesn't really have any means of being directed in any way. Like I'd say amongst the classic shonen protagonists, he's most like Ichigo. Except that at least Ichigo develops ranged abilities and high-speed movement and stuff over the course of time, whereas the main character in Jujutsu Kaisen just punches people. Like, that's what he does. And it's not even like super dramatic, super powerful, with a high cost like it would be in, say, My Hero Academia. No, he just punches people normally, but he's a bit stronger.
Him punch dude good.
Yeah, he does punch dudes good.
Him done.
And his ability to punch dudes pays dividends simply because when he punches dudes that wouldn't otherwise feel being punched, they feel it, type of thing. That's about the limit of it. So he doesn't have any showstopper abilities. It's made very clear that he's way luckier than most other of the sorcerers in his setting, or his latent talent is vastly above the norm, but he hasn't actually used any of it, and we're 20 episodes in. So he just punched dude good, and has been doing so for 20 episodes now, without really much to report on that. So they've had a couple really big sort of fights, so they've got two ends of the spectrum, right? They have got the main character who punched dude good, so any fight that he does, no matter how much budget they pump into it, it's still him punching dude good, and that's the limit. The other one being his teacher, who once in a while will show off his power, and he's like off the charts. His power is by far and away more than any of the other good guys or bad guys. It's just that he's the bad guys' plots all exist to work around him. Like he is in that sense sort of like All Might, if All Might didn't lose any power ever.
Right.
If All Might wasn't fading, you've just got this figure who the only thing that the bad guys do to relate to him is avoid him. And the main character in Jujutsu Kaisen's teacher is like that. His power is redonkulously off the charts.
And punched dude real good.
Well, the thing is, he has a menagerie of different abilities. Like he can do all kinds of things, and his abilities they run the gamut from punching dude real good, all the way up to like firing massive energy balls and transporting people into his reality marble and beating them up. Like that type of thing. Like he's got every move there is, sort of thing, and to the extent that the conceit that kept him out of the fight in the most recent arc was that there are lots of series that do this, but I'm not as familiar with as many shonen series as you guys are. But a lot of things in Jujutsu Kaisen work off of a equivalent exchange type of principle. So there's a guy that has sort of like a ridiculous ability to project his power over long ranges, but in exchange for that, he was born crippled. There's a character who has virtually no ability to perceive the spiritual world and can't control cursed energy at all, but she's absolutely superhuman in every other respect. so has the capacity to use raw brawn to fight things that couldn't normally be fought by raw brawn, like that type of trade-off. So the conceit used to keep the main character's teacher out of the fight this time was a powerful barrier had been placed over the area of conflict that traded all other abilities of a barrier away, simply in exchange for keeping this one man out. And he was the only person affected, and that shows how much he distorts the power curve of the setting. So it's sort of very, they keep swinging and missing at being show stopping, because you've either got this guy who's really not involved in the story because everybody wants to keep him out of events, who does big fancy things, or you've got a main character who just punched dude good.
Well, I mean,
Right.
I guess it could be Trails in the Sky, where Estelle Staffgood and her dad's so OP that they have to engineer a whole side plot to keep him busy the entire arc.
Well, that's more or less how things operate, but Estella's at least a bit more interesting as a person, mainly because she's quite thick. But
she am dumb and she Staffgood do good.
well, she also knows that she's dumb and she's Staffgood. Like she's not terribly self-conscious about the fact that she's dumb. But yeah, so it's a series which is quite watchable, but it keeps not quite landing. Over and over again, it gets very close and doesn't quite land. Like the average quality is quite high, but it never quite sticks the landing for being really good. So I can't really recommend it over any other specific shonen, simply because it never really quite lands. But it's still watchable. But it's very like most other shonen. Like there's nothing really unique about it. They use so many tropes that have been used so many other times, and they play everything very straight. So it does fall quite comfortably into the Black Clover niche. So like if Black Clover is not so slavishly devoted to shonen tropes that it offends you, then Jujutsu Kaisen's more or less in the same boat.
Yeah, but at least Black Clover takes those same tropes and tends to play with them a little bit.
I'm not really sure that it does.
Well, in some cases,
I don't
it
get
just
that
means
impression from it.
Yeah, in some cases that just means they play them so straight that they just bend on their own.
Asta am yell real good.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
shut up.
yelling is his superpower. Like I don't know why he thinks he doesn't have magic, because he clearly has some kind of sonic magic.
Yes.
Or some kind of healing magic that stops his throat from getting hoarse. That's also a possibility. But yeah, so yeah, I'm still watching it, and I'll probably watch it to the end of its seasonal run. Speaking of, Black Clover is coming to the end of its seasonal run. They're going to basically stop the anime at like episode 170 or something, which seems like an odd number since that's almost here.
Yeah. Is it the end? Just that's where the end of the arc happens?
Maybe. I don't know if the manga's still going. Maybe it's still going. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I haven't looked into it, but I just remember seeing that notice go up, and I'm like, huh. I didn't feel like they'd really resolved anything.
No.
We still don't even know who Asta is.
He's a shouty man.
He am dude who yell real good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is that they did the big reveal about who Yuno was, but there's still but after that reveal, they're like, well, do you know anything about Asta? And the guy's like, oh, who's Asta?
Even that noisy kid over there.
But yeah, what is there anything else I'm watching that is worth commenting on? I'm still at loggerheads with the spider show.
Oh, it's still not going anywhere?
It's just really not. Like it is moving, but at a glacial pace. Like the only plot development on the spider side, other than Spider gradually becoming stronger, is that the spider is sort of coming to a horrified realization that the world is too much like a game. Therefore, that means that there's a puppet master somewhere.
Okay.
And she's encountered various things that make that pretty obvious, that the world is structured such that it is designed to accommodate this particular way of acting that she's going through the motions of doing. And she's not really that happy about the fact that she's essentially dancing to someone's tune, but she has no idea who they are or what the tune is.
Honestly, this seems like it should be a much bigger deal than it feels like.
But she angsts about this for like 5 straight minutes, and then that's the only indulgence that half of the story takes in it.
There it is.
The other half of the story is developing in a very typical sort of way, I would say, except that because it's half a story and not a whole story, it is also moving too slow. So basically what you've got is a story that is already moving too slow, but it's splitting its attention between 2 complete stories that have no intersection. Like, it's obvious that eventually they're going to intersect, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the intersection is not even hinted at happening yet, really. In fact, they've hinted just the opposite. So, I mean, and the fact that they've hinted the opposite adds a certain amount of intrigue, but there's so many episodes in without doing anything with it. So, on the Spider side, it's just Spider has gotten gradually stronger, and has now got a split personality because she picked up a skill that allows parallel thought processing. But what that basically does is split your personality successively into different individuals who all occupy the same body and can operate in tandem. So basically she's got one personality that just runs the body, one person that runs combat tactics, one person that runs magic, etc. that are all her. But that type of progression is the only thing that's happening on her side. On the outside, you've got the rest of her class, the entire rest of her class, which are all the ones that undergo like flashbacks to life in the old world and the various trials and tribulations of the people they've been reincarnated as. Like it's shown that there's a group of 3 boys in the class who were basically like their class's 3 musketeers. Like every high school class, in my experience anyway, has those 3 guys that always hang out together.
Mm.
But these 3 guys is like there's only 2 of them now. 2 of them are nobles. One of them's a prince, and the other one's sort of like he's been reincarnated as like the daughter of a baron or something. So he's getting used to the fact that he's now a girl, and the guy is getting used to the fact that he seems to be a protagonist. Like he's not quite at the point of lampshading it, but you can tell that sort of in the pit of his gut he feels like he's becoming a protagonist because he's got like a little sister that fawns over him, and he keeps ending up the center of attention for the class and so on and so forth. He's got fans now, which appears to make him very uncomfortable. But he's got a rival character who is another guy in his class, and he was like the class's uber jock. Like he was the sort of the overblown stereotype of the sporty kid who's also kind of a bit of a bully because he judges people entirely on their physical characteristics, and he resents not becoming the protagonist so much that he basically attempts to kill the other guy because he's come under the delusion that, oh, well, this world operates like a game where he can acquire all of these skills. That basically means that the world exists for his benefit since it's giving him all these powers, and that this other guy getting all the attention and all the plaudits from the classmates, that means that he's a problem with the world that's supposed to serve him, so he's just going to kill him. But their teacher, who reincarnated as like this little elf girl, appears to have the ability to dial him back, which she shouldn't have. Like she's presented herself as just a normal person, but she is able to strip this guy of his skills and dial his stats back down and prevent him from murdering his classmate, and refuses to explain how she could possibly pull off such a feat. She also claims to know the locations of all the other members of the class and to have rescued several of them, and who are now safe in a village somewhere, she claims. And she claims to know which members of the class are still lost and which ones are dead. But she has also claimed unambiguously that the Spider Girl is dead, one of the dead ones. So either she doesn't know as much as she's projecting that she knows, or she's lying.
Right.
And she keeps a lot of things secret. So you can see there's sort of like the germinating seedling of a story taking place on that side, except that it's sharing time with a completely banal level grinding experience on the other side.
Is she still a lesser Terratact? Has she moved up to
She's
intermediate
evolved
Terratact?
several. She's evolved several times. She's avoided any evolution because usually she'll get an evolution choice at like overall creature level 10. She'll get a choice of upgrading to no longer being a small Terratect to say being a regular Terratect, but still a lesser one, or evolving to a small version still of a higher species. And that's usually the one that she picks each time because she doesn't want to become so fat that she becomes slower or a bigger target, because she spent most of the early part of the series being preyed upon by everything around her, so is leery of becoming any larger. But yeah, she has evolved, but is still a small spider creature, and everything else in the cave she lives in is still bigger than her. So it's just not going anywhere. I can't work out why this story has so many fans. Like, what is it about this that is so charms people?
It's me.
Because it's just very, very slow moving, and it hasn't managed to go anywhere. Like, even the side of the story that is happening above ground, so to speak, is all set up and no payoff.
Yep.
So yeah, it's looking like they're going to try and go a bit of an edgier route than it initially appeared. Like, but it's hard to tell because it's not going anywhere. Conversely, Slime Time is proceeding, but I think it's going a little bit slower than it needs to, but that might just be because I don't have a good sense of pace from just reading the book of to how fast it should go. But from the way it sounds, it looks like they're spreading the current part of the story, which I remember took place in a few pages in the book, as being spread over about 3 episodes. And I'm not really sure why they're taking so long. I know it is a very dramatic and character forming moment in the story, because it basically switches Rimuru from a largely hands-off and relax posture to I'm a ruler of a city and now I need to act like it and carve out my nation's place in the world in order to keep everybody safe, and will do this by as much brutal lethal force as necessary in order to establish them safely. Like, this is the moral event horizon crossing moment for him, where he tries to he's got to take drastic action but also try and not lose himself in it. That's where it's going to go, but I feel like they're drawing it out. They're drawing it out rather, and that might just be because I'm anticipating seeing the linchpin moments that will bring that all to pass. But it just seems like they're playing up the drama a bit long. It's taking a bit of a while, and there's a lot of recycled footage, particularly in the most recent episode I watched. They recycle several minutes of footage near the beginning of the episode from the previous one. And then they have flashbacks, recycling another couple minutes, and so on. And I'm sort of wondering why they're drawing it out and trying to work out, well, where are they going to end the story then? How many episodes is this going to be? If it's a single core, then they'll end it with the fight against Clayman at the Demon Lord's Council or something. But that wouldn't make much sense, because that would leave the Milim storyline dangling, or they might end it with the war on Milim, which would leave the Clayman storyline dangling. Or they might just do one and not the other, because they've done that before. Since the fight against Hinata happens, it is foreshadowed at the end of the first season, and then the second season rewinds and replays several months worth of events that take place in a different location at that point. So yeah, I'm not really able to get a handle on where they're going and how they're going to structure it.
Yeah.
But hopefully they do a good job. Ultimately, it's going to end up with Rimuru getting his own back and spanking the bad guys up and down. So
That's how
it'll
it
be
usually
worth
goes,
it.
yes.
It had better. But yeah, I'll leave it there. I've rabbited on long enough.
All right.
All right. We're long overdue for a break. We should go to break
definitely
first.
do that. So, give me one quick second. There we go. Okay, we're ready to go.
All right. Here's some music, folks. We'll be right back.
Tease me now, but just one glimpse will never be enough. For a tiny chance, would I throw it all away? 'Cause only one thing ever matters. I cannot deny my true calling deep inside. I don't have the time for a silver medal prize. I can't let it die. My true calling lives inside. I'm not satisfied with the consolation
Red Snapper.
No.
There is no red snapper.
And I've
So
been putting
yes.
up with this all week. So
You
we're
haven't
back.
been there when I'm. You haven't been there when I'm fishing.
I've been there enough when you've been fishing.
Seaside crate. So yeah, in Terraria, I found a crate potion that increases the drop chance of crates while fishing.
Yes.
It's more useful than it sounds. Titanium crate.
Nice. So what?
So yeah,
Now
we're in
that
Balls
we've-
Week.
I think that's pretty much it, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't really have much else to talk about.
Okay. Well, we covered most of my week in Terraria, but I did want to float a theory between you two.
Oh no.
So I put Shieldy Boy on in the background and turned on the dub this week.
Why
when
do
we were
you do
Terrariaing.
this? Why do you always turn on dubs? It almost always ends in tears.
Well, here's the thing, though. I've got a theory with this one because the Shieldy Boy dub is actually really good. Like, actually a good dub.
All the terrible people at Funimation hate the series.
That's my theory. It scared off the woke people so hard
Oh no.
that they didn't want to participate in the production of Shieldy Boy.
Well, I mean, to be fair, from their point of view, that makes sense because if any of them had participated, they would have been ostracized.
Yeah, so we get a whole bunch of minor or fresh talent that's way better than anybody in the established rode the coattails of their daddy into the SGA guild. And they're all way better than the normal dub cast. Why can't we get these guys? Special shout outs go to Lark and whoever did his voice actor. He's really, really good. So I if I can, I'll watch Shieldy Boy dub from now on. That was really, really surprising.
I'm not going to start watching dubs. But I mean, honestly, I'm at a scorched earth point now. Like, I think that the industry involved in dubbing is so cancerous now that the entire thing needs to be cut off. So I would rather just not watch dubs at all, ever. And I prefer to just watch the subtitled ones. I don't think that industry needs to exist as a whole. I think it should go away. It can be rebuilt later when the woke thing is over and people are sick of it.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And the reason why I'm taking a scorched earth approach is that it does not limit itself in any way. Like, that whole localization industry has become a vessel for deception above all else. Because it's not that they are slanting things, it is that they are actively attempting to deceive people as to the content of the media that they are consuming by rewriting it in accordance with their own whims.
Yeah. So yeah. I thought it was very, very interesting. Fern, get out of the house. Fern,
Yeah.
get out of the house.
We need to go back
Fern.
to the arena.
No, just get out of the house.
Yeah, so this is the thing with Terraria. Sometimes will just say, you know what you need? Have a boss. Even when
So,
you're
yeah, we
completely
had a-
unprepared for it.
Yeah, just get out of the house. I don't want all the NPCs to die again. But yeah, I just wanted to point out I was really impressed with this one. I think it is because it scared off all the woke tards.
Have you seen the new iteration of Rage about Dragon Maid?
No.
No.
Oh, they announced a new character, and apparently the feminists have taken offense, and it's become another one of those characters that everybody redraws a quote better version of.
I hate that practice. It is probably the most disrespectful thing you can do to an artist. Is fix their art.
Yeah, as well. A lot of people are very unhappy with the bust size of this new character, so they've drawn a bunch of fat, grotesque simulacra.
Yeah.
Fern, please just die.
No.
Oh, he's gonna come back to the base.
What, is Fern ruining everything again?
Yes,
Probably.
My goodness, am I being attacked by a
Everything is
dragon?
lasers.
Yeah. I haven't heard about the new dragon. Oh, I saw something that they were getting outraged about, but they're always outraged about something?
Yeah, so it's not. It's just background noise at this point, honestly.
Yeah, it's just a new character that they don't like the design of, and so they relate this as the design being bad. And I mean, the design may or may not be bad depending on your personal taste, but they are relating it as the design being bad, and that they can fix it and make it better by, their crappy Tumblr tier art. And yeah, I don't know. Every single anime that comes out seems to precipitate some disturbance or other these days.
Yeah.
And I suppose the thing which I felt was most telling is that a lot of the art, from what I saw, did not seem to be aware that the character was a dragon,
Probably not.
despite that being,
The name
the
of the
calling
show.
card of the series. Yeah, they did not seem to know that it was a dragon. So they would do things like, oh well, I've put burns all around its mouth from breathing fire, because obviously dragons aren't fireproof. And oh well, it's wearing gloves that look like dragon claws, because obviously it doesn't have dragon claws. Like
Where were
just
they
the
getting that
dumbest
stuff from?
crap imaginable. But because they don't actually care anything about the story at all. It doesn't occur to them. This is just something for them to get mad at and go on their own petty crusade over to try and drum up some social media clout. Because the real sort of center point of everything that seems to happen in this particular universe of theirs, this woke universe, seems to revolve entirely, without exception, around clout chasing.
Oh yeah, it does.
And that's just it. That's the only thing. They don't care about any of the things that they claim to care about. They care about the clout. It's all about the clout. Got to farm up some more clout.
Another reason why social media needs to die in a fire. Alrighty. In that case, was there anything else for your week, Ari, or did we pretty much do it all already?
That was just it. I just had a lot of fun going through Shieldy Boy and noticing that it was actually surprisingly really good, because the woke darts couldn't touch it.
They hate
And
it.
the rest was all just my week was so consistent this week.
I think as far as dubs are concerned, it's not really about the fact that they're woke. Like, as far as localization goes, that's the fault of being woke. But as far as dubs go, I don't think it's the wokeness. I think it's the fact that they belong to a union, and that because they belong to a union, they know that they can get jobs without needing to deliver.
It doesn't help that it seems like there's only 10 voice actors in the entire dubbing industry.
Well, yes, that's why this was such a surprise, because most of those are not here. They don't work at all with the normal voice actors that you come to associate with the dub industry for Shieldy Boy. None of them wanted their names on this thing. I mean, you still get names that I've heard somewhere before, but it's not like your Bryce Pappenbrooks or your JYBs or your whatever.
Yeah.
So it was just interesting.
Okay.
Pappenbrook. Are you sure Pappenbrook's not in there somewhere?
I'm positive I didn't hear him. I know his voice so well by now.
Because he sounds like every generic anime protagonist ever.
Hey, Fern, do you want any tartar sauce?
Tartar sauce? No.
What?
It's a mini tartar. It's a mini tartar.
Yeah, it's a very old reference, but given the age of Terraria, it was relevant when it came in for an old Tobuscus video, which is annoyingly catchy.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's really dumb. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, he's one of the old producers of YouTube. I don't think he's actually made anything in a year or so, at least.
Yeah. I think he got bought out or something silly.
I think he
But
got
anyway,
crapped
yeah.
on by YouTube, actually. But anyway.
But yeah,
So, we have an email.
we do.
Email.
Email.
Is it safe to let either of you two jokers read it?
Probably not.
No.
Okay, I'll bring it up then.
I've got
Because
3 or 4 different
goodness
things I'm
knows-
trying to pay attention to here.
I'm just trying to sell stolen goods to my fence. So
I mean, yes.
anyway, here we go. He has entitled this email "The Hunt Down Effect." Dear No Excuses, remember how in Doom, obviously, if you didn't have sound, you were effectively half blind? Yes, I do
Yes.
remember that. Now imagine that just in a PvPvE game set place in late 19th century Louisiana swamps with zombies. But it's not the zombies you have to worry about, it's the other players. A friend of mine got me Hunt Showdown, taking place during a surprisingly contained zombie outbreak. 12 players either solo, aka YOLO, but you get a huge EXP boost, or in teams of 2 or 3 compete with each other, tracking down the boss, killing, then banishing it, collecting the bounty, and finally extracting, or extracting sooner if the situation seems foobar, and of course killing others because they have the bounty. The time period and location lends itself to ambushes. The swamps have tons of places to hide or hinder your movement. The zombies mostly exist to give away your location or attack you at the worst time possible, and there are tons of clutter around for the sole purpose of making noise when you move. Scaring a flock of birds signals your location for pretty much everyone. Tin cans hanging from strings make a racket, planks creak, metal roofs clang, crossing water splashes, both for players and for zombies. Shots can be heard across the map. There are no logs for kills, so you have to be really observant to know if the guys you just killed were the last team on the map, giving you free reign to scavenge or go for the boss. The guns themselves are what you would expect. Single and double action revolvers with a low rate of fire and even slower reload. Shotguns with range you would see in any other video game, 25 meters at best. Single shot rifles are being phased out by modern innovative bolt action rifles with internal magazines. The very few semi-autos are expensive prototypes with a few unique converted guns like a belt-fed revolver or a burst fire rifle. All in all, I've been having fun with Hunt, mostly because I reconnected with some friends and have a stable team, stomping people who use the random matchmaking. But since this is a Crytek game, there is a Russian player base, and oh boy, you know how Russians are in online games. You mentioned your bad crocodile cartoon, and it gave me flashbacks. A suppressed trauma resurfacing because of you. SOS Croco, not really a cartoon, but a series of recycled scenes. I swear every episode was made by rearranging 10 or so scenes from the pool of like 50 they made. Sometimes, not always, with different dialogue. It was horrendously bad. Worse than Robot Boy or Johnny Test or TT Go or the outsourced Czechoslovakia for budgetary reasons episodes of Tom and Jerry. Only one season was produced, and I can see why. Serathus.
Oh, jeez. Yes, I remember cartoons like that. Like, we had a couple in Australia that did that. And
I wonder what it is about crocodiles.
I don't know. But, like, I remember one TV show which was, fairly generic. It was a claymation show. And they had maybe 5 or 6 episodes. It was okay. It was generic as they all get out, but whatever. And so they had 5 episodes, and they needed to fill it out to like a 20-episode run. So essentially, they took the music numbers from those 5 episodes and attached random scenes from them in just whatever order, and called that a new episode. I forget what the show was actually called now, but I'll probably remember it later.
Pickle?
So,
Pickle.
Pickle?
Am I the only one having trouble here?
Pickle. Can you?
Think you are?
Yeah. Pickle.
Yeah, it seems to be working for me.
Yeah. I just keep hearing Fern cut out. Maybe my internet's playing up again.
Maybe. So,
I just got
Just
a
go on.
bottomless water
I'll just have
bucket.
to make do.
Ooh, water. So, yeah, okay. So Vol's internet seems to be exploding.
So we'll give it a sec to catch up. But yeah. So what were we talking about?
Rather crappy TV shows. Really lazy cash-in ones where they only had so much content, so they just recycled it.
I see.
I guess I don't
Okay.
know. I don't know anything about where Western animation has gone. Like,
To the toilet.
like when was I last watching kids' cartoons? Like the last ones would have probably been like Beast Wars or something.
Let me see. SOS. Oh, SOS Croco. I remember this.
I don't.
Why? Why do I remember this?
Because you're Australian and it has crocodiles in it.
Yeah, that's probably it. So I have seen this. Even though it's not, it was no. Hang on, it was a school teacher brought an episode to school one day for whatever
Why?
reason. Yeah, it was doing French cartoons or something. So it was that, and it was
Why?
Lucky Luke, which is another very awful one, actually. People seem to like it, but it was awful. And then there was this really weird one about I think it was a purple monster that ate clocks. So,
What?
yeah. I don't know, it'd just turn up, it'd have a big bag of clocks, and it would eat them like potato chips. I don't know what that was about.
That's very strange.
Foreign cartoons are weird. So, yeah. Alright, as for the... hang on, I just lost the email now because... There we go. I haven't actually played Hunt Showdown. I've seen it, and I think Steam suggested it to me once or twice.
With your eclectic taste, I'm sure there's virtually nothing Steam won't suggest to you, though.
Hey, well, Steam, it seems like, hey, it's been 5 minutes. Have you seen this game about boobies?
Mine
Yeah, it's-
definitely looks like that.
It's been on a booby tear with me too.
Yeah. It's like, you go through, you get your filters all sorted out, and then Steam says, oh, you don't want in this content. How about some boobies? Oh, what did you do?
Huh?
He just dumped infinite water into the base. Stop!
Maybe he wasn't feeling moist
I'm
enough.
just gonna dump it down the elevator.
We have a
Elevator?
hell. It's an elevator. It's an
It's an
elevator
elevator
that goes to hell.
I see.
It's exactly what it sounds like.
The trash disposal chute?
In this case,
No, it goes-
yes.
It goes all the way to hell. If you just drop down it, you don't even have to use the elevator.
Yeah, you go down to hell.
Able put some Portal 2 pink slime down there that makes you go bounce.
Yeah. That's, of course,
the
if
way
you don't
out of
land in
hell?
a spider on the way down.
Yeah, the spiders one-shot you.
Yeah.
See, I still think that you're not selling the idea that this game is less complicated than it sounds.
It's just a place you can go, which is hell. It's full of demons and
That's like Lolicon saying that jail is just a room.
I mean, isn't that where all the terror developments are these days?
Presumably.
Certainly, that game is still going. People still like it.
Well, I mean, you can get a lot of money out of Ellen swimsuits.
Yeah.
Praise the Sky Whale.
Praise the Sky Whale. All hail
We
the
need an
Sky
adult.
Whale.
I,
It's a shame.
I knew this.
There was a lot.
I've
I
been
liked about
equipped.
Terra, but,
The easy modification, like every MMO, just kills it.
Yeah, well, I was perfectly happy to put up with all the Ellens and Ellen players, but
just
like
turn
me.
the
making
shut
everything easy mode. Well, you weren't playing an Ellen explicitly for the purposes of indulging some perverse lust.
off. Which you better
That
not
is
do.
true. That is very
At
true.
least I'm willing to make the charitable assertion that was the case.
Considering how conservative all the outfits I wore were, I think you're pretty safe in that assumption.
No. Considering how conservative all those outfits were, none of them were conservative. They
None of
weren't
them.
conservative outfits.
They were.
And now we're talking relative to Ellen.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
but you can't make any assumptions based on something like that because of it being terror.
I played the Dragon Race for a bit, and half of their outfits just don't have pants at all.
You're
Male
asking
or
chaps.
female, no pants.
Yeah, it always comes down to assless chaps.
And she's like, no pants. That's fine. Don't have pants. So, what I really got annoyed though is when they started having classes restricted behind race and gender restrictions. I hate it when
Yeah,
MMOs do that.
Well, I think that's just because of because of how flamboyant they made everything.
Mm.
It dramatically increased the amount of overhead required to introduce anything new.
Yeah, like I know why they did it. It still sucks though.
No, the thing is, I don't have the sort of problem with it that you do, but what I do prefer is when they go either all the way or don't do it.
Yeah,
Like, either you make all of the classes very culturally entrenched, or make none of them very culturally entrenched.
don't half-ass it.
Like, I think that the worst the worst option is the World of Warcraft option, where you've got, almost arbitrary limitations on it, but you can always play most things except the thing that you want to play on a given race.
I would have liked to play a Forest Troll Warlock, but you can't for reasons.
Remember when I had to play a Troll Warrior because Blood Elves weren't coming out until Cataclysm?
Trolls are the best race. What are you talking about?
Not female trolls.
Have you forgotten what female trolls used to look like?
I have
and
deleted
how-
that information from my mind because nobody
how
played a female
broken-
troll.
How broken and incomplete their animations were, and their total inability to blink.
Yes, they're called
Yes.
dead eyes.
They had a grand total of 1 singular melee attack animation.
Yes.
Which they would do over and over and over.
And it was horrifying because they would twist their body 180 degrees. It's like there was a little pivot where their waist should be instead of a waist.
Yeah. So I'm not sure why, but every other race was fine, but female troll, they just didn't finish, it seemed like.
So I ran with female troll until Blood Elves came out because I knew I was race changing immediately and just wanted to have a talking point, basically.
and I mean, I know that they tried to tie that into lore. They said, oh, well, the reason why Blood Elves don't have warriors is because all of their warriors joined the Blood Knight Order when they captured Inaru to manufacture paladins. And so they're trying to ram a lore justification in there, but it feels very incomplete.
Yeah,
Because they had already taken so many liberties with their lore as it was that it just didn't come off as sincere.
Especially when they went through, I think it was for Cataclysm, they lifted up about half of those restrictions.
Yeah, they did a whole class dump. Then they did another one in one expansion where we didn't play.
Yeah.
And now they have furries.
Yeah, and multiple different flavors of furries. So it's like,
Yeah.
all right, you've loosened the reins this much. Why not just take them off entirely? Let people play what they want, how they want.
I'm in favor of class race restrictions as long as they're actually really strict. I think it adds a lot of identity to the races if only certain classes can be certain things.
Yes, but
Well,
it also takes
I
the
think-
identity away from your character.
Well, it takes away from your player expression and that how you want to play things,
Exactly.
but
You're
it
not
trades it
playing
for
your
character.
You're playing
You're trading
their
it-
character.
You're trading it for character expression. It can work though, and I think it works just fine. Avo's chasing me around with a
If you
flying
do it
piggy bank.
properly.
Oh, well, no, I'm still an all or nothing person as far as it's concerned. Like, either you let people do whichever job they want, or you go like, at minimum, the Warhammer Online route,
Mm.
where there are no cross-racial classes because each race expresses those roles in different ways.
Yeah.
Culturally.
Car Reddit, go
that I
faster.
think is the proper way of doing it. It's like, here is this race, this is what they do, this is what their culture is. I didn't mind it in Warhammer, honestly, because it made sense. But in a lot of cases, it just doesn't. It's there as an arbitrary restriction. Like, it's either because, dev time is limited, which is the usual way it goes, or in a couple of cases, like WoW, they're just trying to stick to some arbitrary justification that doesn't really make much sense anymore. And in the case of Terra, it's like, here is the Reaver. It is an extremely cool race, but you got to play an Ellen. So yeah, I don't want to play as the pedo bait if I want to play as a cool class.
I don't know. I think there's something adorable
their
about it.
development, I think their development was pushed very, very hard in favor of just being they had to just do whatever was most profitable because they were always operating like a hair's breadth away from bankruptcy.
Yeah, they were. Anyway, where were we?
We need an
I don't-
adult.
I'm
We
not
do
sure
need
why
an
you
adult.
started talking about Terra.
Yeah. There's actually a couple of MMOs on the market or coming up that might be interesting to play. It's been a while since
I
there's
believe
been
it
any
might be.
MMOs that have had any sort of appeal at all.
An MMO needs to A, have pretty characters, and B, have a way to grab me. And
It's gonna-
even to get me to actually play. I don't mean PSO2 play. I don't play PSO2.
No, PSO2 just happens.
Yeah, PSO2 is a thing to do with my hands while I listen to audiobooks.
Yeah.
I mean, to get it actually play an MMO, it's got to have some hook and a whole lot of people coming out of the woodwork to ask me to play.
Yeah.
It
And
just
honestly,
is too much work
time.
for doing it. Yeah. MMOs are just work. Oh, no.
Oh no, it's throwing another boss at us.
Yeah, I was watching. I was trying to get caught up on where World of Warcraft was at, where they were going. Mostly with the lore. I don't really care about the mechanics anymore, since they just keep going back and forth and never really accomplishing very much. But because of that, of course, they adjusted the algorithm on YouTube what they were recommending to me, and
Bad for you.
I kept seeing videos about like how to have fun in World of Warcraft in 2021 type videos.
When a video like that needs to be made, you know you're really grasping.
Yeah, there's something has gone wrong somewhere. You need an instruction manual on how to actually enjoy the thing that you've committed to.
Fern can help us fight the boss.
Yeah, we can try.
He says that so tepidly.
'Cause I don't expect this to go well. We're probably going to die in lasers.
Yes.
Alright, so thanks for the email, Cerathus. Yeah,
We got a bit
probably-
tangenty there.
Yeah, we did.
We needed ults. Praise the Sky Whale.
Oh, hail Skywhale. I actually considered having a quick look at Guild Wars 2 again the other day, and then I looked at, well, basically what they've done. They haven't done a whole lot, honestly.
No, I think that Guild Wars is one of those ones where you've got to get invested early and stay invested, because you're
Yeah.
not going to really be able to win anybody over later. That's just the way it is. And ironically, Guild Wars 1 was not like that. While that it did have a certain amount of that type of thing to the extent that all MMOs did, it was actually because it responded so well to skill compared to most MMOs, and it just wasn't interested in being nice to people who were bad.
Mm-hmm.
So you could get invested simply by your own feeling of accomplishment for having progressed in that one. Whereas in Guild Wars 2, they made it much more like other MMOs where everything is about very, very long-term progression.
Yeah.
Guild Wars 1 was a very, very different beast to Guild Wars 2 to an extent that I think most people who didn't play it probably can't appreciate.
It's hard to call them the same game, honestly. Or the same
Yeah.
franchise, in a lot of ways. Because they're just so very different.
Yeah,
So
my
it's
memory
not to say
is.
that either game is bad, but yeah. Now, if you want
Yeah,
a bad
like-
MMO, you go to something like Rift. Ugh.
To a greater extent than any other MMO on the market, actual player power basically didn't exist in Guild Wars 1. Like there were, it is true your character did become stronger through acquisition of various things and progression, but it was very, very tempered compared to what you typically see in MMOs these days. Like it was of course it was like with most things, when you're up at the bleeding edge, every little bit counts, of course. So it's not like it didn't matter at all, but most of your power was simply accomplished by the time you hit max level or whatever, or got the skills that you wanted and so forth. And the level cap was like level 20, and you arrived at it very, 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 very quickly.
Mm.
Most of your improving your output was derived purely from learning how to play. So yeah, it was a very, very different beast to all of the MMOs that followed, pretty much. Like the WoW, it had no overlap whatsoever with the WoW formula.
Yeah.
That became the standard.
Although, thankfully, I think we're deviating a bit from the WoW formula now. Because nobody wants to play a tab-targeted MMO anymore unless it's Final Fantasy. Or WoW, I guess.
Yep.
Because, like, everyone...
Well, I mean, the reports coming out of WoW is that their numbers are back up, but there seems to be a very clear enthusiasm gap. So I'm not really sure how they are fiddling the numbers to actually get those numbers.
Yeah, I don't know.
Must be an increase in a certain type of player or subscriber or some kind of nonsense like that.
Yeah, it might get a few
Yeah.
people back with Shadowlands. Where,
It's just that they're making sort of like overtures towards having a sort of grander scale narrative, which is more sort of like explore the cosmos focused. What are the grand movers and shakers amongst the powers that constructed the galaxy type of approach to storytelling, rather than what basically made World of Warcraft in its earlier history, which was the sort of the intimate familiarity you already had with the characters and locations, which drove people's enthusiasm. Now they're in the position, the naturally occurring position of having to essentially devise new locations, devise new characters, and devise new conflicts. But they're sufficiently bad at it; they still keep bringing back the old ones.
yeah,
So
like apparently they're bringing back Nazul now.
yeah, Ner'zhul will come back. But I doubt they'll make him a big character. But the reason why that's sort of like notable is because they've already brought him back once before.
Yeah,
I mean, to be fair, the whole of Warlords of Draenor was about bringing the old crew back. But yeah, it still seems a little bit silly.
yeah. It's like
But,
we've already
yeah.
done this with Gul'dan. Please stop.
I know, I can see what they're trying to do, but the thing is, that it's just not very personal.
No.
It's not going to invest people in the people that are involved in the story. Like, people wanted to fight Arthas because he was Arthas. People don't want to fight the jailer because he's the jailer. They don't want to fight him because he drops fat loot.
Yeah, exactly. There's no investment there.
Yeah,
Like,
like,
even-
yeah, people who brought down Arthas, especially early on, before everything got nerfed into the floor, probably felt like they fought and beat the Lich King.
Yeah.
They didn't feel like they managed to get the loot pinata's HP bar to 0%.
Well, even bosses like Nefarian that had connections to old world lore, but were still normal and introduced mostly in World of Warcraft, they still were able to build those up as legitimate threats and big cool bosses.
Yeah.
That you wanted to go fight, but they just forgot how to do that.
Yeah, they kind of did it with Garrosh, but it felt very
No.
hand-handed.
No, they didn't.
Well, they
No,
tried
no,
to do
the-
it.
Well,
Probably the best way.
Garrosh was a victim of their poor communication, really,
Yes.
because they didn't make Garrosh a heel from the outset, and they didn't give him a proper sort of heel, a sort of face heel turn scenario. They just made him into an asshole.
Yeah.
So you didn't really care. Like, he was a person that you met now and again in early Cataclysm, and he was, being a decent leader and making decent decisions a lot of the time in early Cataclysm, and then eventually they just decided, oh, we'll just make him be an asshole.
Yeah, make him lose the plot. And
I mean, the annoying thing about it is that the more that I have thought about the Garrosh situation, the more reasonable it seems. Like, barring the usual sprinkling of plot holes and wallbangers that their writing typically has, like, as far as I can tell, Garrosh mainly makes decisions the way a person actually would, for the most part.
mm-hmm.
Like, given the fact that he's an incredibly prideful individual who has basically he's latched onto one aspect of his heritage that he's proud of and is running with it full force because he wants to carve out an identity for the people that he's been tasked to lead, despite the fact that he's ill suited to it. Like, as far as I can see, the biggest flaw in the Garrosh story is the fact that he was made war chief at all.
Yeah. Which,
Because that and you can write that off as just Thrall making an irrational decision, provided that they had explored that correctly at the time, because of his
they did.
his ridiculous over attachment to Garrosh Hellscream, who was the previous person to let somebody who was totally unqualified become a war chief. But
In
yeah,
that case,
Garrosh,
worked
I
out.
think mainly makes the decisions that somebody with his personality would in that position. I don't think that most of the time he's being irrational. I think the times that he shows disproportionate amounts of compassion are where he's being irrational relative to his his actual personality. And there are a few of those occasions.
A lot of those were written in the
But-
days before the player base turned on him.
Yeah, I think that it's not just because it was before the player base was turned on them. I feel like there's also was poor communication within the team.
Yes, definitely.
There were definitely different views of who Garrosh is throughout the course of Cataclysm.
Yeah, you go through and you play the Cataclysm quest chain, and you will have Garrosh acting like 3 completely different people.
Yeah, you half the time he's like well, 1/3 of the time he's like Brown Thrall.
Yeah, he's reasonable to the point of naivety. In some cases, other times
Sometimes he's just a mindless warmonger who wants to kill everything in sight that isn't an orc.
yeah, like that time he just Spartan kicks a Tauren guard off the top of Thunderbluff.
Yeah, but
He
I think that's actually an okay character moment for him.
It would be if it was consistent, but the character
Yeah.
as a whole just wasn't. Apparently, he's coming
Yeah,
back
but-
too. Actually,
Yeah. I think that he was mostly a victim. In the end, he was mostly a victim of Flanderization. Like
Yeah.
they just made him into a fantasy racist, and that was his entire character. After a while, they didn't focus enough on his character as the individual that he was until he lost all power and ends up basically being a background character in Warlords of Draenor.
yeah.
And in Warlords of Draenor, they start trying to sort of retroactively imply the presence of a character all along, but
With the whole,
it's a little bit too late at that point.
it is the damage is done.
And even then, they just have Green Jesus come and stick him in rocks.
yeah,
Yeah,
it was a very satisfying end to him in some ways, but in other ways, it just kind of happened.
well, I thought that it was and it was something that apparently they spent the next expansion trying to fix. Part of the next expansion and the one following to fix was that it wasn't Garrosh acting out of character at that time, it was Thrall acting out of character in that situation. Because Thrall, number one, Thrall doesn't take responsibility for his actions.
No,
He didn't actually have that sort of confrontation with Sourfang that triggered that character development until what was that one that followed Legion that people try not to think about? Battle for Azeroth.
Yeah.
That's the one. Until Battle for Azeroth, he didn't actually get called to the carpet and say, clean up your mess. So him trying to just leap in and clean up his mess in Warlords of Draenor doesn't make any sense.
Mm.
On top of that, he doesn't even act like an orc because he uses shaman powers to beat Garrosh in a Mak'gora, which is that's not kosher. He just breaks the rules and nobody calls him on it.
Like,
And then later they remember, oh crap, he broke the rules, and so that's why they remove him from the plot because the elements have stopped listening to him because he broke the rules.
yeah,
So they completely made a hash of every aspect of Garrosh's storytelling. So it doesn't really matter how good of a character he might have been because they botched not only his setup but every opportunity they had to fix him.
I'd actually honestly forgot that he'd broke the rules because by that point, like everything else was just an absolute mess. So an actually important piece of lore contradiction there like that is just went unnoticed.
Well, Warlords of Draenor was a mess for 100 different reasons, but
It was an awful expansion. It really was.
Yeah, well, I actually thought that Warlords of Draenor was not awful the way Battle for Azeroth was awful. I don't
Yeah, it's
think.
a different kind of awful.
Because I think that there were lots of really cool things in there assembled together in an incompetent way.
Mm.
I think most of it can honestly. I don't like narrowing it down to one mechanic per expansion. I think that undersells just how bad a screw up that Blizzard is with their expansions lately. But I think you can narrow down Warlords of Draenor to the effing garrisons.
Yeah, they made everything about the garrison, and
Yeah.
that was a huge mistake.
And then they
I mean, because
followed it up
I
with-
felt like their zones were decent, and the storylines within the zones were decent. I mean, I don't think they were mind blowing, but they were decent,
They were
and there
okay.
were lots of cool encounters and cool ideas in there. But the matrix in which they were placed was just disastrous.
Honestly, I think that was really the moment of Blizzard's downhill slide on their expansions because they had the garrisons and then they overcorrected with the artifact weapons.
Well, the thing is that
having
they still put the sodding garrison table in that one again.
yeah, but you didn't need to worry about it too much, at least. Well, up
Not
until,
too much. You did to a certain extent,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
but,
and I've heard that they continue to do that in every expansion as well.
yeah,
It-
they have.
Any Facebook like elements are going to be a turn off to gamers like us.
Oh yeah, but it's more that like okay, you had this mechanic that's no longer external to your character. It's all about your character's power, which is great. That's part of what people were annoyed about garrisons for. Part of, but on the other hand, it was a mechanic of those who had time and those who didn't, because those who did not have time would get left behind.
Well, the artifact power, yeah.
The artifact power, yeah, and you could never quite recover that.
I think that's a small failure compared to the grander design failure of committing to borrowed power as a general thing they're going to do every time.
Yeah, because then after that you had the Azerite necklace, and then the what do they call them, councils or whatever.
They're not doing themselves any favors either, because every time they do that, they basically have to redesign every class at the start of each expansion.
Yes, they do. What I think
And
they
it
really
just-
should do, if they're going to have another expansion, is just strip it all back to basics.
No, they do
No,
that. They do that every time, and then they get ideas during the development
Yeah.
process. That's the
Yeah.
thing. Because
Every
that
time-
was the idea with Shadowlands as well, was that they would get back to basics.
Yeah, it
And
was
then
great.
They
It was-
didn't.
Then they got ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We just
okay.
all want to go back to BC. Can we just roll back the clock?
No, because
start
they
over.
monetized BC in really silly ways.
I know. It's so sad. But I'm every time we talk about WoW, I think about my experience playing WoW Classic and how much better of a game WoW Classic is. Just because I can choose to do whatever I want, make progress however I want, and there will never be avenues that I will run out making progress, and I can make incremental or burst progress in them at my own pace, depending on my free time at that particular moment.
Yeah.
And if I want to go farm Crusader, I can go farm Crusader. If I want to go level fishing, I can go level fishing. If I want to go get up my Dungeon 0.5 set, I can go get my Dungeon 0.5 set.
If you wanted
Like-
to take a week off, you could, and not be
Yeah.
left behind.
Yeah. And because everything in vanilla requires a group, practically, there are very few things you can do solo and requires actual social interaction. It encourages, the multiplayer aspect of an MMO. There's solo stuff to do, but all the hard stuff requires you to go talk to people.
I hate people.
Well, people now are way bigger jerks than they were back in the day.
Hmm.
Although, and you have to fish them out. But when you do fish them out, it's fine.
It's the drunk cowboy concept again as well. There were consequences for bad behavior because the servers were such closed units.
Yeah. And we got that again. And all of a sudden, everybody on Pagel knew who the assholes were.
Yeah. You act like a butthole on a closed server, people will learn who you are.
Yeah. And we can't get that back. We're never going to get that back. That's gone.
Well, I don't think that the people inhabiting the servers are suited for that environment anyway, for the most part. Like those things, you have to get lucky basically now and have them happen organically because you just happened to have everything set up just right, and that was the case for World of Warcraft in a lot of ways. Well, I don't doubt that the design team put a lot of effort in, but I think that they also had a lot of good luck. And they had in the right time and the right way in order to get things to drop just so that they would be able to accomplish that community and then totally fail to realize how important and valuable it was. But yeah. But
It was
yeah,
good while it lasted.
but getting back to the present day rather than wallowing in past glories, it's just not what it used to be, and I don't see it heading back. Like the Shadowlands thing, it's almost feels like they're trying to sell World of Warcraft on its story now.
Yeah. That ship sailed a
Like-
long time ago.
Yeah, and they clearly are not learning the lessons that they need to learn as far as their design is concerned. They're just obsessively focused on this borrowed power thing. I mean, if you look at the restructuring of classes as takes place within Final Fantasy, what you see is that they will rebuild a class when the gameplay has gotten to the point that it's become degenerate.
Mm-hmm.
Usually, like something has converged in such a way that the class has to be played in an asinine fashion in order to function, and then they will tear everything down and rebuild it.
Yeah,
They
like you
don't
reached that point with
explicitly-
the machinist, where you had an incredibly asinine and complicated loop in order to play it. A loop that was largely dependent on your latency. So they tore that
Yeah.
class down and rebuilt it.
But generally speaking, they try and keep things intact and contiguous because they are telling a single story, and it makes sense to do so. But yeah, World of Warcraft is basically I try and keep tabs on it because I mean it was part of my life for a long time, and I'm sort of interested to see where it goes. But
Mhm.
it just seems like they don't even know where they want to go, much less how to get there.
Yeah. So he's got this disjointed mess. Alrighty. We should probably look at some news.
Okay, we got
What
follow
have
up
we
if you
got?
want.
Do the follow up first. Let's get that out of the way.
So remember last week how we said, it's a NorCal judge. He'll probably be sane and rational and make a reasonable decision. I forgot. California overrides everything. We were wrong.
Yeah, the whole subpoena to Steam to supply information in regard to the Epic versus Apple case.
The judge ordered Valve to do it.
But why?
California.
Well, it's not just California. It's just that it's also that judges tend to be herf what's on internet.
Yeah. You spend so much time locked up in law school that you lose track of reality, I guess.
I don't think it's just that. I think it's also that ancient, typically.
Yeah, judges are where lawyers go to retire, as Nick Ricada says.
Oh my.
Yeah, because the thing is, a lawyer can make theoretically infinite amounts of money. A judge can't.
Mm.
A judge will not get more money the more wealthy the clients are, or the more effort he puts in. A lawyer can. So when you reach the end of your days being a go-get-'em lawyer, then you become a judge.
When you just stop
And just
caring.
because, and being good at one does not make you good at the other either.
Yes.
Like an extremely good lawyer can be an atrocious judge, and vice versa.
Yeah, in fact, I would say those two skill sets are about polar opposite. One's a
The
neutral
only thing
arbiter-
they have in common is that the law is involved.
Yeah,
Somewhere.
it's so what you get for the most part are judges who are tards, for
Or
lack of a
senile.
better word. So yeah, they ordered Valve to hand all this stuff over. Now I'm interested to see what Valve does in response, because
Appeal.
Valve has no. Yeah, Valve needs to appeal this subpoena and say, "Well, no, we're not making that information public. It's in the interest of our own company. This is damaging information." Appeals court, where are you at?
Yeah.
I don't know if they'll get anywhere.
Valve
but-
has no horse in this race, really.
Well, they do now.
Apparently they do now. They've been dragged into it.
Their horse was forcibly taken from the stables and put on the racetrack.
Their horse is not a horse, but it's actually a magical girl in disguise.
I can't believe my horse is this cute.
Exactly.
I'm watching the anime.
Yeah, I'm still not sure why that anime is a thing.
I forgot that
It's-
anime was actually a thing. I was just making a joke.
It's a shiller game, obviously.
Yeah, it is. A game that doesn't exist.
I think it's coming out now. I think it I don't know if it's out yet, but I think finally got a release date. But I think that it might be they might have missed their window at this
I
point.
think they
to-
have.
Yeah. Horse girls, who'd have thunk it?
So yeah, Valve's now in this. This clown show keeps going.
Oh.
And it's really what this is. This is all just theater and clown show.
Oh, it is.
It's I'm actually really mad at it because it's burning a lot of bad will towards Apple that we desperately need for better lawsuits. Although maybe if Apple keeps beclowning themselves,
They do like
it'll
to play
build.
themselves.
They'll be able to net zero on the bad will, and we'll come out of this neutral and be able to sue them in the future.
I don't know, but it's a circus that's going to carry on for some time because there's a lot of money involved in this. Like a lot.
Well, you have the biggest video game distributor and the biggest app distributor now in the fight.
Yeah, is this a situation where you can where it can be that sort of ruling can be appealed? Can you just say, look, Judge, we need to
No.
explain a few things here because you clearly don't know what you're talking about.
It's very difficult to do these type of appeals, but they can be done in most states. California, see above.
Anything could happen.
Because the law is a
Yeah.
suggestion.
Yeah, and
It's not like it's the law or anything.
while Steam is one of the least woke of the video game type companies, they are not anywhere near as woke as like Apple and Epic are.
Oh, yeah.
So the judges may just rule against them out of spite.
Ugh.
I'm not joking either.
Well, Valve is going to be moving to New Zealand soon anyway, so they can contend with our legal system instead.
Alrighty. What other newslets do we has? Here's something that Ari might like. You want to talk about Disgaea again?
Okay,
Yeah.
so Rushi is finally boing boing.
What?
Is
That's-
she though?
All of her sound bites in her attack names, when she shouts her attack, have boing or boing boing in them.
Yeah, but that just sounds like envy to me.
But she's a succubus. They
They're
don't
not-
have.
They're not real.
So in Disgaea, they have stock character classes you can recruit that are not the named characters, and these comprise the back part of your team in the most case, and you can make them whatever the heck you want for whatever strat you're going for. But they did not make any new characters for this Hololive crossover in Disgaea, and in Disgaea 6. And it's free DLC apparently, so you get all of them for free. And they're bringing all the old popular characters back, so Adele, Rosalind, Female Laharl, all the characters that everybody actually likes. And then Hololive. But the Hololive girls don't get their own models. They get their color palettes overlapped over one of the base back classes that already exist. So they reuse the same models.
That sounds like a horrible missed opportunity.
And they don't get any new special attacks or anything, but they get entire voice lines by the girls that do the Hololive stuff.
I see.
So yeah, very very interesting stuff. It's not super notable. It's just a do. It's a thing that's happening, but I thought it was cute, so I stuck it in there.
Alright. So that's just a thing that's happening. Another thing that is happening, Skyrim is getting a new version. It's being ported to cardboard.
Skyrim? Another Skyrim release? Oh my
Another
goodness.
Skyrim release.
Ironically, this is higher effort than the usual ones.
Yeah.
But
I
it's
still
still
like
something that the
game,
world
but
just doesn't need.
Isn't there Skyrim Monopoly? I need to check this.
There probably is. There's everything Monopoly, but
There is
like
everything Monopoly.
nobody asked for this. Like nobody. There's well, I mean, technically speaking, if they're going to crowdfund it, presumably that means that there are people asking for it. Sure, but
Yeah. Here it is. Skyrim Monopoly's a thing. So, yeah, there is now a Skyrim board game coming out called just Skyrim. Presumably it involves sitting around a table and yelling at each other.
like,
But
who's
why?
going to play this?
Uh,
I don't know. I don't know. Like I've never. I guess I've never really met any really keen board gamers. I know they exist, but those board games are hideously expensive.
they are
Yeah.
ridiculous, yeah.
The guy,
Way more expensive than video.
the
Well, you
one
could-
guy that I knew that did this, that was really into this stuff, was like super rich.
Yeah,
Like
you,
his mommy and daddy had millions
you
rich.
kind of have to be for some of them. Or you can spend $30, get Tabletop Simulator, and just play whatever people have modded into the game.
That seems
That's
like
going to
better
be
option.
ground zero for a lawsuit one of these days.
One day it will be. But yeah, every now and again you'll see a game that's on the workshop that gets taken down because someone's claimed it. And,
And then-
20 minutes later it's back again.
Oh, it doesn't appear on the workshop again, but it'll appear on like one of the third-party download websites.
Yeah.
Totally
So-
legal. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge.
Nudge, nudge, nudge. It's a third party
Odds
mod.
on a
It's a
third-party
labor of
mod
love.
site.
So, yeah. If you want to play board games, that seems to be the more I wouldn't say acceptable
practical.
way of doing the more practical way of doing it's a good way to put it.
The only way of doing it.
Yes.
I still like the worm room we found in the mod list, where you can change the pizza brand and all the Coke brands.
Good times.
Unfortunately, I'm too white for Coke now.
All right, yeah,
Yeah,
you've got
apparently they don't want you
got to
buying
make
your
sure
product
you,
anymore.
yeah, you've got to have the right skin color to be involved in any capacity with Coca-Cola.
Ugh.
Do not have the proper melanin quotient.
Just
This is where we've come. This is the profits of human civilization.
humanity was a mistake. Let's just go back climbing the trees again. Anywho,
Well, I mean, return to monkey has been a theme lately on social media.
oh no. Stupid social media. Ruining everything. What were we doing? Right, news. So yeah, Skyrim board game is a thing. It's just coming. I have no idea how it's going to work. But
There's yeah.
it's also apparently being tied into a new crowdfunding platform called GameFound.
Oh boy, another one that's gonna screw people over.
And disappear within 6 months, yes.
Yeah, I just the crowdfunding idea died when A, Double Fine screwed up, B, when Mighty Number 9 screwed up, and C, when they deplatformed everybody they didn't like.
Yeah. So
Like
it was
it
cool
was a golden
experiment.
opportunity, but they blew it.
Yeah, it's a good experiment, but ultimately it got ruined.
Didn't need to be this way.
It did not. We could have made it a really cool way of investing, but people got greedy.
And
Well-
the thing is that's what it really should have been. It should have been a way of investing.
Yeah, like here is a
It
project
shouldn't-
that
it
you like
shouldn't
the
have
idea
been-
of.
It shouldn't have been like early access, which is what it became.
It's what
very
it became,
quickly.
yeah. Where you may or may not actually get the project. So yeah, it should have been a way to actually get small people investing in projects.
Yeah, and it should have operated on a royalties and dividends payout.
Yeah, not you just buy it way before the product even exists.
Yeah, and I honestly I feel, it's in a paranoid way. I feel like it was deliberate. That they deliberately, because they originally pitched it as investment, but they deliberately downplayed the investment side and played up the purchasing the product early, pre-order-ish side of things.
Mm-hmm.
They very strongly emphasized that and stopped talking about the idea of investment entirely, because that's what I think excited people originally, the idea that they could invest in something and get it made and see payout from their investment,
As well as have a hand in the direction of that project. Yes.
as opposed to what actually happened, which was a straight up case of you can just pay into this project this amount that is conspicuously like the sales price for the product.
Yeah. Oh, and you get no opinion, and you might not even get the product.
Yep.
Oh, you want an opinion? Well, here's a package worth a couple of $1,000. You can pay that, and then we'll listen to you.
And by listen to you, we mean we'll let you post on a forum and never read your stuff.
Oh no, it's half the time. We will let you do part of our job for us. So yeah, such a cool concept, and it was ruined.
Yeah.
And it died a lot quicker than it honestly should have.
I think it had about the life cycle I expected it to. If it went tits up.
Well, it really got started with Double Fine,
Yeah.
and it
Well,
lost
I
zero
don't-
projects before it got.
I think
ruined.
that the question is very much how sincere were they, because Double Fine were legendarily incompetent.
Oh yeah.
So it's sort of, I can't decide whether or not they always intended to turn it into this sort of pre-ordering scam, or whether they actually did think that they were going to abide by the principle of a crowd investment at the start, and then eventually it drifted away from. Pardon me. Go
Yeah,
hiccups.
hiccups.
And whether they were basically, what I was saying is that I don't know whether they really intended for investment and then just went for drifted over to pre-orders because it was easier, or whether they always intended to downplay successively until it meant nothing the actual participation of the people who were funding it. Because if it was always deliberate, then I mean, basically they are just expanding the pre-order model to a ridiculously earlier stage of production than even early access does.
Mhm.
And at which point it's sort of hard to say how that would have much of a lifespan at all. The concept of the investment as a crowdfunding thing is pretty much stillborn. It didn't have a lifespan at all,
No, it
because I never saw that play out successfully even once.
It did not. Largely because when you start investing with that many people on that sort of scale, any dividends you get back are going to be minuscule.
Well, the thing is that the scale is wrong.
The scale is
I
wrong,
feel like
yes.
they shouldn't have tried to sell it to everybody, because
Yeah.
there's just no. You're just parting fools from their money in that situation, as far as I'm concerned. That's what that's about. It's not about investment. What they should have been looking at is convincing people to that class of people who want to invest at those higher tiers, like they want to chip in, $1,000 and be able to, send notes to the producer or have a small amount of dividend payout in the end. Like, I'm talking $1,000 and up is where it starts,
Yeah.
and treating it as an actual investment. And if you can get together a syndicate and club together $20,000 because you've arranged a bunch of people in your little online community on Reddit or whatever, and then you chip in $20,000-$30,000, then you can now basically send a guy to board meetings or whatever that you elect in your syndicate.
Yeah.
That type of thing. So it actually is an investment, and it's treated as such, as opposed to this silly model where you're just pre-ordering early and we're going to pretend you're an investor because you put the price of a game in towards it, and then you'll get a game out of it at the end, in theory, if we feel like giving you one.
Yeah. Or at the very least, we'll give you some cardboard pap.
Or Star Citizen.
Oh, let's not go
Hey,
down
pigs.
that rabbit hole.
There are still people who are saying that it's definitely coming out any day now, but
No.
I don't know that it actually is.
It's not.
I haven't seen them announce any release date yet. How many years has it been?
Many.
We went to PAX in 2014 or something.
Yeah. And it's been 8 years. Oh, hello.
Is the slime running up there?
Yeah.
It will come out after everybody who played Wing Commander is dead.
Or Freelancer. Although they seem to be intent on pushing Freelancer under the rug. Partly because the studio proved so incompetent that Microsoft came in, bought the project, and bailed them out.
Incoming.
What, another boss?
Another boss.
Yeah, I don't know how this one spawned.
He does occasionally pop up on his own. Like, rarely.
So yeah. That's Kickstarter.
That's
Or
Kickstarter.
the new indie investment stuff. You want to go to something a bit lighter?
Yeah, sure, what you got?
Genshin Impact is having the most appropriate ever crossover ever.
We gotta have our emergency food.
I wish that they were going full retard with it. I wish that they were just selling it as like an emergency food promotion.
That would be the greatest. So, yeah, Genshin Impact is doing a crossover with, of all things, KFC.
So Kentucky Fried Paimon is now a thing.
I wish.
How
I
many
wish that they'd
seconds
gone
did
all
it
the
take
way.
for the first
I
meme
really
to pop
do.
up?
They should have gone all the way though, because that's by far the single most popular meme associated with Genshin Impact.
The
Is the
emergency
role
food.
of Paimon as the emergency food supply.
So yeah, they have started this collab. There are special chicken buckets you can get that are Genshin Impact themed. They have the little characters on. Diluc seems prominently featured on all of them for some reason, because he can't stay out of my life and has to haunt me everywhere. And yeah, it's just really cute. I mean, there's still China, and China.
Yeah, it's
I don't
only
like
China.
thinking. I don't like thinking about Genshin Impact because I just get such a feeling of profound disappointment out of it.
Mm-hmm.
because I really, really did like it. I liked it a lot. I thought the characters were cute. I enjoyed playing it, but everything about it was just horribly, horribly cynical.
Yeah. It was really, really nasty.
Yeah, just too much China.
And that's sadly, as glib as it is to say that really is the case. It's too much China. Like they behaved exactly as a Chinese mobile game company does. And I mean they've done good work in the past, but the fact is that they just succumb to the behavior that they always do, the China game company behavior they always do, and nickel and dime you to death wherever possible. Like there's a reason why they were able to make Genshin Impact, and that's because whatchamacallit, their previous one, Honkai Impact 3, was such a stellar game for what it was doing. It was just really good, and people really liked the characters and they really liked the stories. And it's not that it doesn't have its flaws, even as a game, before you take the nickeling and diming into account, but it was just a really, really great game. So there's a lot of talent there. It's all being poured down the toilet because it's all shackled to this machine which is just designed to exploit people.
Mm-hmm. All right.
But hey,
that's just
at
a
least-
fun, silly little thing, at least.
At least we get original recipe Paimon as a
prefer hot
joke.
Spicy Paimon. Hot
I
spicy
like
Paimon.
original recipe KFC all the way. I normally like spicy
KFC.
stuff.
I don't know what they do with the original recipe KFC in Australia, but it always comes out dry.
Oh, it's the opposite here. It's very
Because
juicy.
has been recooked, probably.
Whereas the hot and spicy is
Yeah.
always deliciously moist.
Because if you've ever reheated KFC in an oven the next day, it always becomes unbelievably dry.
Oh yeah, it does.
So they're probably just overcooking.
Yeah. Here, original recipe tastes great. It's super juicy. You get grease and juice everywhere when you bite into a piece of KFC or Paimon.
Yeah,
in
that's
this
why
case.
I don't like KFC.
Just,
Like, I just feel like I've eaten a big old ball of grease.
oh, it's so good.
Like, and I'm a person who loves greasy, salty fish and chips, and KFC is too greasy and salty for me.
So good. I love it. KFC is one of my favorite restaurants to eat at.
I do like KFC occasionally.
Not a KFC person. I would even eat Macca's ahead of KFC.
Yeah.
I need to get y'all some real original recipe.
And I'm fairly sure that Macca's isn't actually food.
They were
At
forced to
some
become food here. I'm not sure what happened to New Zealand.
Our Mickey D's are definitely not food, but I had some today.
Well, if you buy the burgers which are made with actual meat, like the meat that they import from Australia, as opposed to whatever they were using in the other burgers that don't have a specific origin,
Reconstituted
Associated with the
cardboard,
meat?
I think it was.
some of those are edible. But I only order those if I go to Macca's, because the other burgers, I don't know what that is in there,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure that it's food.
On
Oh,
the other hand,
so that-
though, we still do occasionally get Hungry Jacks pop up as a relevant thing, which is
What's
basically
Hungry Jack's?
Australian Burger King.
Oh,
Yeah,
so you don't have Burger
couldn't,
King, you
they
have
couldn't
Hungry
use the
Jack's.
trademark when they came over here, so it's Burger King. It's Hungry Jacks.
Is that like Carl's Jr.?
No, they're they're exactly like McDonald's. Their burgers taste a little different, and they have onion rings.
They do have really nice onion rings. Or curly fries when they have them.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
those
think they
aren't
have curly
always
fries.
in season.
But their meat, however, is awful because they seem to love burning it.
Yeah,
I did have Burger King, if I recall, a few times, and the burgers were always looked like they'd been sat on by somebody and were
Yeah.
very soggy.
they're nasty burgers.
They actually did, and Ari might remember this. Do you remember? I think in the States they called it the Impossible Burger,
This sounds familiar.
where
Or
it
something
was
similar to it.
the vegan burger patty that they said was indistinguishable from real meat.
Oh, that thing.
Yeah, they lied.
Yeah, they lied.
They lied big time.
I
What
never
are they
had
trying
one.
to claim? I
didn't-
don't understand.
So
They
yeah,
claimed
they're
that
trying
they
to
had
make-
this vegan tofu patty garbage hippie nonsense,
Yeah.
and that it tasted just like real meat, and you couldn't tell the difference.
Yeah,
That sounds like a thing that's not true.
That
That was
very
not
much
true.
Not true. Whereas their regular patties taste like, meat, burnt meat, but meat. These tasted like deep fried feces. And that's one of the more charitable interpretations of the flavor I've seen. So
They must have tested this in California with people that never had real meat. This does remind me, though. You know what the opossum got me for Christmas?
Oh no.
My company bonus for Christmas was $50 in Mickey D's gift cards.
Why?
I
What did you
don't
do with
know.
That's
I used them, of
even
course.
less of a gift than a regular gift card.
I know. But
I didn't even know you could get the gift cards for that.
I didn't either.
I thought the only way to get a McDonald's gift card was either get it in some sort of promotion or complain to the manager.
No, he came to me with two $25 Mickey D's gift cards. That was my Christmas bonus.
Good lord.
Well, considering how little you eat, you could really stretch that to quite a few lunches.
Yeah, that's true. Got to work off that gamer bod. Ugh.
Yeah, but Mickey D's is not the way to do that.
No, it's not. And I had to burn all $50 of that. Because
Just
on top of everything else, they had an expiration date.
good grief. Like $50 in Mickey D vouchers is like what, 5 bottled waters?
It was like it got me through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days, 6 meals.
I think that in New Zealand that was stretched to about 2.5 meals.
Yeah, depends on what you have here. Maybe 3.
I just get a double quarter pounder with cheese meal plain and Sprite with no ice, and that's it every
Okay.
time. I'm terrified of anything else at McDonald's.
I think that's about $10.
You're believe me, you're right to be terrified about the ice.
Yeah, it's always got that weird chemically taste.
It seems to hyper water down anything it touches instantly.
It does.
Think about what you know about the ice.
Do not think about the ice.
Yeah, no, think about what my profession is and what I might know about the ice that the average person might not. That I'm not allowed to tell anybody because of confidentiality.
I don't want to know anymore. Please don't tell.
I might have to read your mind later. Because I always order no ice at any restaurant anyway, because all it does is water down stuff, and it comes from a cooler that's already chilled anyway.
Yeah, I'm here to tell you that's not half the problem.
But it sounds like I need to get my mind reading hat on and figure out the rest.
Yeah, this sounds like it's a disaster story waiting to happen. So, anyway, what were we talking about? Oh, yeah. Paimon. Delicious, tasty
Kentucky-
Paimon.
Yeah, Kentucky Fried Piedmont. So that was just a cute story that I saw, and I wanted to post it in there. Okay, we only got the 2 big topics left.
All right. You want to talk about Masquerade the Bloodlines?
So
We've talked about them several times in the past, in fact.
And how
But-
terrible their development cycle has been.
Well, now there is no development cycle.
Yeah, it's been given to a new studio and infinitely delayed.
Yeah, so
And
This
no,
is
I meant
effectively soft-
infinitely.
yeah, it's basically soft canceled.
Yeah, when the
That's where I
studio
see it
does
heading as
this,
well.
it's a soft cancel.
Oh, I was trying to fight King Slime in my fishing gear. That's why I died.
No wonder you have a problem with bosses jiggling. They're made of slime.
All the jiggly. So yeah, no one was really looking forward to this game so much anymore, seeing as though they kind of went out of their way to portray everything the previous series has been about.
Well, I mean, the whole franchise, right down to the source books, has gone as woke gets.
Yeah, And
There's like nothing left of it.
it's driven away everyone who played it.
They told me they don't want me playing it, so
No,
Yeah, because anybody who doesn't agree with them is literally a Nazi. But yeah, it's a bit sad, a little bit sad. Not super heartbroken, but I mean, because the thing is, with a lot of these games, is ultimately where they really live is in the imaginations of their players, and they can put as many woke notes in their source books as they like. It won't stop Sargon and crew playing a game where they play all as Nazi vampires.
Yeah.
Like literally, their game, every single one of them was playing a Nazi vampire working for the Nazis because they hate communists.
I see.
Also, Fern, it's Hailstorm in the Tundra if you want to find your thing.
And
Yep.
the reason why they chose to do that was inspired by the wokeness.
Yeah.
When you get so woke, you create the Nazis that you're trying to be afraid of.
Implying that there wasn't always a supply problem that they needed to fix.
So
I mean, that's the point, right? If you don't have an enemy, you need to make one so that you can be the good guy. And that's why all of this woke stuff isn't an aid of diminishing racism. Don't be silly. It's
no.
an aid of creating enough racists that they've got an enemy.
you look
That's
at
why all of the anti-racist programs are all explicitly about raising white racial consciousness. Because they need white racists. Their entire thesis depends on the existence of white racists. So they have to manufacture them.
Mm. Anyway, video games.
Well, sadly, this is directly tied into video games. So
Yeah.
this is the world in which we now live.
Because we can't have nice things.
No,
Remember-
most things are illegal now.
I remember when we could just play video games and, the woke stuff would be so minor that it would just be a thing at the side that you could ignore, or you could give lip service to it at best, and it wasn't that big of a deal because it was so small. And then that affected everything.
That's how they get you. That's how they get you. They want you to accept it as normal. Accept them as normal people with a normal point of view.
Fern, save me. I got one of your ice golems. He's coming to get me.
See in your
Face to my
face.
skull.
He's shooting lasers at me while I'm trying to fish.
Lasers which you can't see, incidentally.
Yes.
Pew pew.
Pew pew. Yeah, a
You
lot of
know
things in
you
hard
can't
mode have
normally
lasers.
see lasers, right?
Oh, there he is, down there. No, yeah, I know normally you're not supposed to be able to see lasers, but video game lasers. Let's
Because I always played in Eve because the lasers I thought were just cooler than all the other weapons.
Sometimes it's fun just to go pew 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 at things.
I liked how you could fit them with different lenses to change their properties.
Yes. That's
game's
an
too
MMO
hard,
that
though.
has really clung on, is it Eve? They found their
Well,
niche and they stuck to it.
Once you're invested in that, you've consumed like a solid and indelible 5 to 10% of your brain has just committed to remembering how to play Eve, and then what else are you going to do with that?
Yeah, this is knowledge that took a long time to gain. You don't want to burn it. It's got to be used somehow. But yeah, I as much as I tend not to like Eve all that much as a game, I do respect what they've done and what they've accomplished. 'Cause, yeah,
Well, they managed to permanently instantiate that whole community run thing that so many MMOs strive for.
and they did it without being dicks about it.
They did it without intending to.
It was
They-
more
they-
or less accidental.
They just let people run with things. They didn't try
Right.
and circumscribe what they were supposed to do. They didn't tell anybody that they thought they did, but they didn't.
Yeah. And
Fern, I got another one.
that's okay. I got everything I need from them.
They didn't make their mistakes. They made some pretty heinous mistakes, especially with microtransactions. But generally speaking, people are allowed to do whatever they please.
I do like their way of handling balancing in a lot of cases. Is if they accidentally put out something that's overpowered, they don't try to fix it. They just stand back and watch the players deal with it, which usually
Well,
involves gratuitous base battles.
Yeah, usually there's a war of
Yeah.
some kind.
A big one,
At which point, all of the overpowered things will eventually get destroyed.
yes. If someone's willing to invest that time and money into a something overpowered, yeah, you're overpowered, but you're also now an enormous target. Have fun. So yeah, I do like a lot of things about Eve.
But talk
Alright.
about your games that are a lot of work to play. My goodness.
Oh yeah. Here's something that nobody cares about at the other end of the spectrum of MMOs. I don't even remember this actually happened. Anthem.
It did.
I'm dead. So I
That-
actually
that-
completely forgotten they'd announced Anthem next.
Yeah, I did too.
I'm actually hoping that it would be successful. I don't know why I was, but I felt like I had hoped that all of these people who put in all of this work could get some kind of validation from it, like that they could, once the corporate meddling was out of the way, they could realize something good. But you know, the realities of the market prevail in the end.
Yeah. Nobody really liked Anthem.
It was one of those games that died immediately, and all buzz for it stopped.
Yeah, when they had like 1 day of the high player count, and that was about it.
Yeah, they were around for maybe a month of what you could call an active player base, and then I didn't hear a peep about them.
Yeah, because everyone just kind of went, and basically went back to whatever they were doing before.
Is about the best description that there is for that game, unfortunately.
Just, I mean, it's a cool idea. It was a cool idea. It's like, here is a robot mech suit. Go and blow stuff up with it.
Yeah, Warframe exists.
Robot ninjas, yes. But,
It's basically the same thing, except well executed
yeah.
and unbelievably predatory. But that's not the. I don't really want to talk about too much about Warframe because then Serethus will try and get me to play it. And
Yeah,
talk
this
about
one-
your games that make me feel motion sick. My goodness,
Yes. So,
wouldn't want to play that one in VR.
ooh, no. I don't
Does
think
it-
it's possible without throwing up.
Doesn't have a
check
VR
that
one?
out.
I don't know.
No, there is no VR
Prob-
version.
I'm
Man.
sure somebody will have tried to cobble one together just to see.
Almost certainly.
But man, the COOF has stifled VR production on that topic.
Yeah, well, you can't develop it at home. Not quite so easily. Not any project bigger than a one-man band anyway.
Yeah.
Well, it's not really the COOF that stifled it, and I have to keep reminding myself and everybody else at every opportunity that it's not the COOF that's responsible for any of this stuff. It's the government that's responsible for this stuff.
Yes, of course. I only say the COOF for our YouTube overlords.
So, yeah.
This is Joe Biden who did this. Actually, it was Dr. Fauci first. Now it's Joe Biden.
At least over there.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much they actually tell Joe about the things that they're doing in his name. Or how much of it he remembers after he is told.
Now listen,
Joe
Joe,
bumps-
you just gotta stand on the podium and read this.
Oh, don't watch the clip I posted in Politics if you don't want to die a little inside. It's the latest one, right above the meme.
Hang
Don't
on,
play it
what?
for the show.
Huh?
No,
What's your
sorry,
problem?
I just saw not the one about the gas. Anywho. Right, what were we
Oh.
talking about? Let's talk about Frogger, briefly.
Okay, we can talk about Frogger.
Who wants
This
to
is
watch Frogger?
that. I felt this made me feel like I died a little bit inside.
Yeah. Like,
Talking
who-
about capitalization on nostalgia and a brand. My goodness.
I remember Wipeout. It was a weird show. But there
You
are
don't watch
plans
television.
to make a Frogger TV show where you have competitors playing RL Frogger, I guess.
You have players. You have people playing in traffic like they were told not to as children.
Yeah, that's basically what Frogger is. It's just a frog playing in traffic. Now you get to watch dumb people on TV do it.
You can
Why?
sign up for the Frogger TV show right now. Think you got it what it takes to be the best frog out there? You can be part of the Frogger TV show and shoot your shot. What?
What?
And shoot your shot to win this competition and a huge cash prize. There
That is
are
not a
some
phrase that
caveats.
should exist.
Must be 18 years or older, a U.S. resident, or have a U.S. passport. The U.S. passport in particular is necessary even for U.S. residents because it won't be filmed in the United States. It'll be in Australia.
Dry.
Go away.
So
No,
you're
it's,
gonna
go-
get
it's going to be in Fernstown as well, isn't it?
yeah.
Possibly, like a lot of TV shows and such are starting to move over here to record because we've largely got the plague under control. Except
Of course
for,
you do. It doesn't exist.
Except for Melbourne because Chairman Dan exists. Actually, Vol, you'll probably get a kick out of this. He was nominated for a Excellence in Management Award for his handling of it.
Well, that makes more sense than what Cuomo got nominated for.
Didn't he get nominated for like a Peace Prize or something stupid?
No, he got given an Emmy.
Oh, that's right.
He got an Emmy for sending COVID patients to retirement homes.
I
like,
have no idea
not-
what that
like,
train of logic is.
Before you even get to the question about whether or not that was a good decision, and it's not,
It's not.
why an Emmy?
What? Yeah, just how and why and what are you doing? Stop.
I don't even know how you come to the conclusion.
Did he have a toe tapping musical number during his?
His
I don't
old folk
know.
murdering. He murdered him with such swagger that it just felt like a performance. The lack of Broadway, and they had to give it to him.
I don't understand.
I don't even. So yeah. Anyway, that's how things are. Is because it's all largely been sorted out here at this point. Hollywood's invading. We don't want Hollywood here though. Take them away, please. They smell funny.
I mean, it was sorted out here as well. That didn't stop Princess Cindy from putting us under lockdown again.
Yeah. How many
So
cases, by the way?
None in hospital, as far as I'm aware. Probably very few. Like last time, it was 3
Yeah.
in
This time it's
Auckland,
like,
and again,
one.
so once again, all masses were cancelled, so I couldn't go to church. Like,
Did they check the patient's toes to be sure they were bright red and swollen because of the change of season and it's getting a little colder? They might have COVID toes.
really not getting colder.
It's-
It was 32 degrees this week. I don't think you're going to get COVID toes in 32 degrees.
32.
I know that that's freezing point in the United States, but here it's not.
Someone actually linked me a headline the other day from London. People complaining about a sweltering heat wave. They couldn't do their run their marathon because it was 23 degrees Celsius, and they were complaining it was too hot.
Well, that's too hot for me to run in.
For
hate
reference,
running.
in Australia anyway, the optimal air conditioning setting is 25. 25
Yeah, I
is a
keep
very
the air
nice day.
conditioning. I keep the air conditioning in the laboratory set to 18 degrees, and that's only because I can't make it go any lower.
It's as low as they usually go. Yeah,
18 is so cold.
it is
Wait,
very,
20
very cold.
25 is sweltering? Golly, you people from the north, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, I'd like to go visit the UK at some point, but I mean, it's freaking cold. How do you people do this? Oh, actually, they don't. That's why the English people are miserable, I suppose. But yeah,
Well, I mean that's the number one reason people give for not moving to the UK is they don't want to deal with the weather there.
because it's cold, it's wet, it's miserable.
As far as I can tell, the weather there is more or less the same as it is in New Zealand, except our beaches are better.
You do have better. You have nicer beaches. You have beaches.
Fern, I got something for you.
Oh no.
It'll be totally useless.
Oh no.
Now you can summon clouds too.
Yay. All right. Anything else?
Oh, the U.S. has gone back to the 2000s.
Yay.
We're just waiting for Jack Thompson to pop up again.
Yeah.
Did
So
he get like, completely disbarred?
yeah, he did.
Actually, I think I saw something about Jack Thompson realizing he was wrong a while back.
Well, the thing is that Jack Thompson was not an evil man.
No,
He was just not a very clever one,
he was just a dumb
and
one. Yes.
he had particular ideas that had been given to him mostly by other people. So basically, he's the same as almost everybody else in that sense. And
Oh, pirates again.
in his heart, he still sits to the right, which means that he likes the idea of free speech. And it eventually, after long enough, dawned on him that his position on video games wasn't consonant with free speech.
Mm-hmm. Or reality.
And so eventually he actually publicly went to bat in favor of people being able to make the video games that they want.
Yeah.
And I think he even was publicly spoke out in favor of Gamergate.
I can't remember that, but yeah, I may have missed it.
Well, I mean, he already was a figure of no consequence by then.
Yeah, he
But
was.
so, I mean, you wouldn't remember even if he did. But ultimately, he does have at least lip service commitment to free speech. And so he has come out in favor of video games a number of times. I think that what he was probably presented with a prearranged package of the most salaciously framed salacious parts of video games that were available at the time. So, you know, a package consisting of exclusively Mass Effect sex scenes and the worst bits of GTA would have been what he was handed. And he would have made his reaction entirely based on that, probably.
Yeah. It seems like that was pretty much the case. He just got the worst bits of it and stuck with that, really. No one
You know,
seemed to correct
it
him
had
properly.
been up until his little campaign that whole moral majority think of the children strategy was regarded by the American right as a reliable one for getting a certain demographic on board.
Yeah.
So he was just playing politics the way politics is always played, really, from what I can tell.
Yeah, nobody listens really to think of the children anymore.
Well, it's because they want the children to change gender nowadays. You're going to get those 3-year-olds on puberty blockers. That's not going to screw them up.
Please tell me you're joking about that.
I'm not
Oh, no.
joking.
Joe Biden endorsed it. His health
Yeah,
secretary
and
this
it's
week
already-
came out this week.
It's already happened in Britain and has precipitated a whole bunch of lawsuits and chaos because, well, they're all untested drugs.
Yeah, they are. So,
And it's been found conclusively by studies conducted in the UK where they got further down the progressive rabbit hole than the Americans are yet. Because the Americans are still at the stage of just endorsing toddlers getting sex changes, whereas the UK already endorsed it and are starting to see the fallout, and they've started doing the studies of what happens afterwards. And it turns out that what is billed as a universally reversible treatment in administration of chemical puberty blockers, it actually prevents you ever developing adult bone density.
So, it wasn't the fact that there was going to be long-term irreversible consequences. It's just what form they were going to take. I think that was really the only unknown there.
Yeah, that's for a right-thinking person who's not ideologically possessed.
Yes, it's like you're messing with the chemistry of a child.
So it's not that people don't think of the children anymore. It's just that the most of the thinking is think of how we can use the children as a political pawn.
Ugh.
Gotta trans the kids.
So anyway, before we get too far down that rabbit hole again,
I'm not going to let you pull up on my reins, Fern.
I'm pulling up. So, besides, it's time to wrap up.
Oh, okay.
Also, yeah, we've banged that drum enough as it is.
I don't know. That drum needs to keep being banged, IMO.
That drum
There's
has been
no-
beaten into a very fine powder. It's
I
been
think
banged
there
that
are
much.
some people that need to be hanged, rather.
Well, there's
Yeah,
that
like-
too.
Like my dude. The
My dude.
trans and the kids.
So, all right, let's pack up then, shall we? Especially since I think we ran out of footage about an hour ago.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
we are running long today. So all right,
Nice.
folks.
Almost 7 o'clock. What is this?
So all right, folks. Closing comments go.
Pirates!
Don't trans the kids.
I need to find some dragons to shout at.
And anime companies, be better than Honest Bob's Anime, please.
Yeah, I wouldn't hold my breath.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, if you need a good location for Honest Bob's, I found a pretty good one. I think you just need to make sure your virus software is up to date.
Isn't that always
You
the
can discuss-
case?
discuss that via direct messaging and not on the show.
So, I'm not joking. So, all right.
Get us out of here.
We'll see you next week. Sayonara. Bye-bye.
In this cage made of silicon, I hear your voice calling like a siren, and I am filled with such intense desire, and I know I don't belong here. From my lines, you would never know, but in my lips is all the evidence of what I long for, but I cannot say. And I know what I decided this I chose. Oh, I know. I cannot deny my true calling deep inside. I don't have the time for a silver medal prize. With your smile, you can tease me now, but just one glimpse will never be enough. For a tiny chance, would I throw it all away? 'Cause only one thing ever matters. I cannot deny my true calling deep inside. I don't have the time for a silver medal prize. I can't let it die. My true calling lives inside. Da 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 da. In this cage made of silicone, I hear your voice calling like a siren, and I am filled with such intense desire, and I know I don't belong here. From my lines you would never know, but in my lips is all the evidence of what I long for, but I cannot say. And I know what I decided, this I chose. Oh, I know. I cannot deny my true calling deep inside. I don't have the time for a silver medal prize. With your smile, you can tease me now, but just one glimpse will never be enough. For a tiny chance, would I throw it all away? 'Cause only one thing ever matters. I cannot deny my true calling deep inside. I don't have the time for a silver medal prize. I can't let it die. My true calling lives inside. I'm not satisfied with the consolation tease me now, but just one glimpse will never be enough for a tiny chance.